This is to inform you of certain changes that I intend to make to the government with the approval of Parliament. Following the resignation on 3rd January 2023 of Mr. Alan Kyerematen as Minister for Trade and Industry, of Dr. Owusu Afriyie-Akoto on 10th January 2023 as Minister for Food and Agriculture, and of Honorable Ebenezer Kojokum, Member of Parliament for Ahanta West, on 3rd February 2023 as Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, I have, in accordance with Article 78(1) of the Constitution, nominated the following persons to be appointed as Ministers of State in their place, subject to the approval of Parliament. 1. Honorable Kobina Tahir Hammond, Member of Parliament for Adanse Asokwa, Minister for Trade and Industry. Drill ship. 2. Honorable Brian Achampong, Member of Parliament for Abetifi, Minister for Food and Agriculture. 3. Mr. Stephen Asamoah Boateng, Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I have further nominated the following persons as Ministers of State, subject to the approval of Parliament. 1. Honorable Mohammed Amin Adam, Member of Parliament for Karaga, currently the Deputy Minister for Energy, as Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance. To replace Mr. Charles Adubuahin, the former Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance. And 2. Honorable Osei Bonsu Amon, Member of Parliament for Akwapim South, currently the Deputy Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, as Minister of State at the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. As a consequence of the nomination of Honorable Mohammed Amin Adam as Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, I want to inform Parliament for its records that I intend to transfer Mr. Herbert Krapper, currently Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, to the Ministry of Energy as Deputy Minister for Energy to replace Honorable Mohammed Amin Adam. As a result of the vacancy, which will be occasioned because of the reorganization of government, I have, in accordance with Article 79(1) of the Constitution, nominated Honorable Dr. Stephen Amwa Member of Parliament for Inshaso as Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, subject to the approval of Parliament.
Mommy, you basically see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. With this send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Influences some men to enter into a female-dominated industry. I'm talking about the beauty industry. I'm here at the Maxon Beauty Lounge located on the Christian Village Stretch. I'm here to speak to a male hairstylist. Yes, he's called Dennis, a Nigerian who has moved to Ghana and is making it big in a female-dominated area. We're going to find out what influenced him, how business is here in Ghana, and some of the challenges in a female-dominated sector. This is a GhanaWeb special with me, Paula Amabruni. Let's get talking. Ta-da. Hi, Dennis.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon. It's good to meet you again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm back. This hairstyle won me a lot of accolades. Everybody kept on asking me, oh, who made it for you? And I told them it was a male hairstylist.
Oh.
I'll bring you customers, make you not worry. But today is a 360 conversation. We just want to find out how you're doing business, what influenced you, and everything. But let me introduce you, Dennis Oniha.
Yes,
you introduce
please.
yourself to us, what you do, and what influenced you to be in the beauty industry, which is, you know, female dominated.
Actually, I've been inspired by my auntie. So she does this work, hairdressing.
Okay.
She has a lot of experience. So I really liked it. Very long time. So actually, I've been in the work for like 8 years now.
8
you see.
years.
Yeah. I've been in Ghana for 6 years.
Okay.
So I've been working the work, and it's really a long journey, you see.
I can imagine, I can imagine. But I'm here to get a new look. I don't know what you recommend since I've done the Bantu. What can you recommend today?
Okay, I prefer you go for Rasta, you see, or cornrow, or what do you prefer?
I like Rasta, maybe something bigger this time.
Okay.
I've done the knotless, the tiny ones, so maybe a new look. So I'll go for Rasta, but bigger and longer.
Okay, okay, sure.
Yeah.
But if you have a picture, it will be better.
Make I show you. But do clients show you picture, you know, you get issues like, oh, this is not what I want, or you
really
love to see it?
I don't have a problem with any type of picture you have of the bread you
okay,
want.
okay. All right, so like something like this, which I'll show you, like, so something like that is fine.
Okay, yeah, it's cool.
That's cool. Great. So we get this one off.
It's okay.
How has business been in Ghana? You said you moved here, it's been 6 years, right?
Yes, please.
How has the journey been so far?
The journey is some way.
Some way.
I don't usually work the work always. Like the whole of 6 years, I've not been doing the work. It's like off and on, you see.
Was it, okay, let's take it maybe the era, COVID era. I know we're all home and all that. So in that period, you were just not working, right?
I'm working.
Home service?
Yes, please.
But weren't you scared?
Scared of what?
Contracting the virus?
No. I'm a very hygienic boy, so I'm not.
I see that in
Yes, please.
Great. But then there are a lot of Nigerians here in Ghana, and business is good. I don't know what would you say, but what would you say influences your brothers, your sisters to move into Ghana to start business?
That is what they came to do. If it's more favorable to the society or favorable to themselves, you see. When someone is traveling to a different country and going to do some work, he has to focus on customer service and all that.
Yeah.
Personality and characteristics, you see. You're in someone else's country. There are a lot of things to learn from them, their culture and their environment with their, let me just say, their food and all that, you see. Yeah, it's very important.
Yeah. But you made mention of customer service. I would testify. When it comes to Nigerians working here in Ghana, business owners, traders, wherever you find them, you guys are very accommodating, nice, and your customer service is excellent. Do you say that is the main thing that makes you stand out?
Exactly. You see, when you are at home, there is some freedom you have. Like, it's different from when you are in someone's house, you see. Yeah. As for in Nigeria, I can't brag with it, but it's just so different when it comes to work. Even if you are in your own country or so, the customer service is always like that.
Okay.
You see.
So how do you treat your customers when they come in? Even on days where you're having a bad day, how is the relationship like?
My bad day, I left it outside. I don't take it inside the shop. No matter how bad my days are, definitely at the door. Immediately I step inside the shop, you never know if I had a bad day or not.
Okay.
Definitely must.
But you know, working with women, sometimes they claim, which is not true. I would say it's not true. Women are very hard to deal with when it comes to what they want. A lady can show you, okay, this is what I want. But the moment maybe something goes wrong, you are good at what you do. Like, you don't miss it. But you have an instance where she says, this is what she ordered, and maybe this is not what she's getting. Maybe it might be their extension. Maybe it might be the weave is not quality and all that. In such situations, how do you handle it?
Yeah, that is what they call customer service. They are always right, no matter even if they are wrong or not. So you have to do what exactly they say you have to do. So as a professional, if a week will not be enough and she requested for something that exceeds the limit of the week, you have to go and get some, even if you add it to the base of the total air. You see, when the work is done professionally, it's looking nice.
Yeah.
You actually told the client that this is the amount you wanted to take from the service. And immediately you are done with those work and it's really looking nice the way she wanted it. She can add it to that bill, you see.
Yeah.
So that is the problem most people are having, you see.
Okay. Great.
When they are trying, they'll think of managing wigs and so on and so forth. So it affects the service a lot.
So with me, I like to do consultation. When I go, you see, when I came in, you gave me options.
Yeah.
There are days where I'm inspired by a style. I walk in, I'm like, this is exactly what I want. But then I want to talk to the person who's doing the hair. How important is it to do consultation? Maybe your head, even your head shape is not suitable for that cornrow that you so want. And should you be always honest? And even if you give the advice, the consultation, and the person is still not given into you, should you just go ahead and do what they want? But at the end of the day, if it's not nice, they'll say your work is not nice.
That one there is true. So when it comes to a professional stylist, you see, you have to know the types of hair you're handling, the type of style, and your customer service. Sometimes clients will bring some pictures that won't fit them, you see, or some style that won't be able to do on their hair. So you have to convince them, not like tell them that it won't. You have to bring
Find
an
it
option,
fine.
yeah.
Okay.
In order for you to divide, or you have to bring different options for them. So they should go ahead with that.
Right.
At the end of the day, if it doesn't fit, they will prefer, like I told you, you would have done this style I requested for you. You went ahead and doing something else, and look at what you have done. It's not looking nice on me. So you have to undo it and do what they requested for.
All right.
If that doesn't suit them, so what are you going to do now?
Who do you blame?
Who do you blame?
Yeah.
That one there, you blame no one. The client definitely will send it like that.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
But one reason that makes you stand out, the first time I came here, remember when we were doing this hair, it got to this part and I told you I was feeling pain. We were kind of done with the back, right?
Yeah.
But then when you saw the pain I was going through, you were like, no, let's take it off. And you did take it off, even though you had completed this section.
That's what they call customer service. Although you told me it was okay, but I can really see the pain you are going through, so I have to undo it and redo it again, because me, I'm not feeling comfortable. No, it's not nice.
But women have really suffered when it comes to braiding. You meet some hairstylists, they claim that some people, they say, it's too tight, and it looks like it's not their fault. Anybody that comes in, they're like, oh, when you braid, I feel the pain. Your hand is heavy on the head.
Yeah.
For such a situation, sometimes when you talk to the hairstylist, they are not accommodating. They don't want to accept or even take it easy with you. They say a customer is always right, and it's my hair, it's my scalp, and all that. But sometimes you meet some braiders and they don't even want to take your word or put your feelings. It's a lot of pain, especially for people who have natural hair, because my hair is natural, so I don't want someone who doesn't know how to care for natural hair to handle my hair. So what would your advice be to your fellow hairstylists who are not so okay with the feedbacks that customers give them?
And they should go and look for a different work to be doing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have time to. When it comes to customer service, you have to treat your clients very nicely, including, it doesn't matter how much they are paying you. Someone might get hair done and go and bring someone else that will give you a lot of money.
Exactly, referrals.
Yeah, that is the problem most people are having. They feel like this service, this client there doesn't have money, let me all do it for her. Any abasa, then take your money and go. It's not really nice. You don't have to underrate anyone when it comes to your work.
Okay.
And you have to give it your all.
Exactly.
No matter what client is telling you, you have to abide to what they are saying. When it's hurting, you have to adjust your hand and focus on your clients, you see.
Exactly.
They are the one paying you, so you have to give them your time, everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dennis, with all your years in the beauty industry, what would you say is your specialty? What do you specialize in? Is it braiding? Is it the weave on? Which one would you say is your best? That anytime you touch it, like, this is my signature. This is a go-to when you want this kind of hairstyle.
The way you put it there, actually, when it comes to this service of a thing, I really don't know which is my signature. Yeah.
But I've seen your braids, the braids that you do. I've not yet seen like your weaves. Yeah, I've not yet seen it. But then for the braids, I see it pops. The cornrows is good. You've got your patterns right. It's very neat. The pattern, how you cut, everything is just fine. So maybe I'll say it's the braiding.
As for me, the braid is not really my thing.
Well, which one be your thing?
Even the hair cry is not even my thing.
Hey! So you're here, you're in the industry by chance or what?
That one there is true. You see, I'm really good in this work because I commit myself into it, you see.
Okay.
So when I start talking there today, voila.
So the conversation continues. We're done on braiding, we washed the hair, we've stretched it, and now Dennis is in full action. He's braiding. Dennis, so this one is the name of the style that we're doing. It's knotless.
Yeah, it's knotless.
But then there's the braids are bigger.
Yeah, big size.
Big size. Okay, great. But do you know that a lot of hairstylists don't love to work on natural hair? Personally, I have natural hair.
I don't know, it's true.
And sometimes when I go to the salon, they look at you, okay, natural hair, especially when you have to wash before they start working on your hair. Some hairstylists will reject you. But you are not being fair to us now. Why is this so? Is it so difficult to work with our hair?
No, as for natural hair, there, natural hair is being done by professionals. When someone saw your natural hair, they start complaining, making some. You know that they are not professional enough to handle your hair.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only few people that are professional enough to handle natural hair. As for me, to be frank, I really prefer natural hair than perm hair.
Really?
Yeah, true.
Well, why is it so?
And like it has a lot of style to be done naturally without wig or extension, you see. Yeah, like twist out. Even when you do rasta, you can also undo it before. There are different styles with curls, finger curls. There are a lot of style you can do with natural hair when it comes to style. Yeah.
Yeah, but my ladies who are watching, they will testify that if you have natural hair and you go to a salon, sometimes the way they handle it, they are so rough on the hair, not knowing that it's not like the perm where maybe if you are separating it, you are parting it, it hurts. And when you try to complain, they are like, Madam, oh. That's how it happens. So some ladies love to wash their hair at home before bringing it to the salon because not anyone will be so gentle with it.
And when someone is trying to tell you indirectly that you are not welcome here, so that is how they treat someone, you see.
Exactly, it happens.
They can't tell you that you should stop coming to the place, so they have to treat you in a way that you have to go to a different side.
Return.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly, but then we could all do better because caring for the hair is much more important. So, Dennis, with this one, how long would it take for this braids? Yeah.
And it can take just 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours will be done.
Great. So on a regular, when you have knotless, like the smaller ones that a lot of women love to go for, how long does it take?
That one, it will take 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
Like small size of knotless, yeah, 4 hours is okay.
Oh, now the big question, Gary. Now I don't see a lot of women rock that hairstyle. The very tiny ones. Some takes days, but when someone walks into your salon to get Gary done, how long would it take?
Gary? And we have a lot of girls in this shop. It will take just 1 day per. Although it will take our time a lot, but it's just 1 day work.
So you prefer the person comes in very early?
Yes, please. Very early and we'll start doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So earlier in our conversation, you made mention that you also work on dreadlocks.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Dreadlocks, sister locks, false locks, butterfly, not all of them are bow, you see. They're all related, so it's just a minor work.
I see. But then there's this misconception that when you lock your hair, you cannot really explore other hairstyles. Is that true? Once the hair is locked,
depends on the size of the lock, so when it's big locks, that one there is true. You just have to leave it like that, just be interlocking your hair and continue with your locks, because that was what you go for. But when it comes to sister locks, yeah, you can do some other style on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I see. So word on the streets is that when you are a hairstylist and you travel abroad, maybe to the US, the UK, the money is good because their industry, a lot of people love the braids, and the black women there who own salons, they really cash out because someone would love to take like a $300 for braids. Now if you convert $300 to Ghana cedis or Naira, that's a whole lot of money.
That one there is true because we are in Africa, our mentality. When you go there, you think of the taxes and the things they are buying also. It's also equivalent to the prices. It's just the environment. So you converting it here, it's different for you being in the country there doing the work, you see. Yeah, it's true. We have not been to somewhere. That is what we think.
Exactly. Okay. But so if someone wants to come for you to train them how to braid hair, are you open for that? And usually the course, how long does it take?
How long? A year and 3 months is okay.
A year and 3 months.
Yeah.
So with that, you master the braids, the cornrow, the
wig
wave on.
caps and everything, yes.
I see. But then do you have courses for like maybe women working class or maybe someone who is traveling outside and wants to maybe just learn how to braid? If you go there, you can use it as a side job. Are there short courses? Especially when I come for what I want, specific. Maybe I want to learn how to do weave-ons. Maybe I want to learn how to do
actually,
braids.
it's open.
It's open.
Yeah, it's open.
Okay. But there's this other question too. I don't know if it's just superstition, but some women claim that you go to a salon, they'll work on your hair. All of a sudden, your hair starts breaking. There are some instances you visit a salon. The moment the person works on your hair, then miraculously the hair starts growing faster and all that. That is why some women love to stick with a particular hairstylist. How true is that? Do you have magical fingers?
No, that is what they call professionals.
Hey, this professional, dear.
As for that one, there, it's true.
Yeah.
When it comes to professional job and you know what you are doing, you see, when you take good care of something, you see, without any miracle or something, it's normal. Yeah, you definitely take good care of something very carefully and it will be growing well. But when you are doing the thing basa, so definitely you end up having something basa. It's natural.
Like that.
Yeah,
I
it's
get
true.
it. But do you speak any Ghanaian language? Are you fluent in any? And I am country.
That will make it true. You'll make chief. As for my talk, I mean.
What is tree the kakra?
No, as for me and tree there. Me, they don't want to teach me tree. I'm always busy. Yeah, only brofu pay. That is what I say.
But you haven't made Ghanaian friends who are willing to, or you are too busy to sit down for them to take you through the tree
I'm
thing?
too busy. I'm always at work doing one or two. As for that Ghana language, it will be very difficult for me.
I see. So which part of Nigeria do you come from?
I'm from Edo State.
Edo State.
Yes, please.
So what's your official language?
That one there is also the Edo language.
Edo language.
Yeah, I'm from East and West, you see. We have different region in that Edo State. East and West is Ekpoma, that side.
Oh, okay.
That's where I come from.
I see. Almost done. That's the very last one. So they want to say that when it comes to the beauty industry, having to be a hairstylist, is it very profitable? Money day inside.
Money day inside though.
Eh?
Yeah, money day inside, and they should come and invest themselves. Do you know how many shops are in Ghana that there's no stylist inside? As for the money day, but who will be the one working?
It entails a lot of hard work and dedication. Yeah.
So it's the service that matters a lot, not just the salon itself.
But then there are not, like, a good number of male hairstylists. Because it's a female dominated, we see a lot of women in there. How do you feel being a man in this industry? Do you have like male colleagues?
Yeah, when I to be frank and sincere, the person that taught me this work was actually a male.
Oh.
And the shop, there are more than 20 guys there, you see.
In Nigeria?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And the ladies are not plenty. Yeah, so I'm cool.
So is it normal on a regular to see a lot of male braiders in Nigeria compared to Ghana?
That one there is true. A lot of guys that are braiders, mostly even in Ghana here, it's only few of them that based on braids. There no pedicure, manicure, nails. That's what they do on barbering. You see.
All right, Dennis. So it's all done. I love my braids. I must say, it's looking good. How long did it take us?
How long? I didn't check the time. I think it's 3 hours.
2 hours. Yeah. So yeah, you should. If you have never had a male hairstylist treat your hair, you should. I will recommend that you visit a salon or a lounge like the Megxen Beauty Lounge on the Christian Village Stretch, where you could meet one of the best hairstylists who is doing great. So this is GhanaWeb Special. I am Paula Amabuni. Thanks for doing the watching.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Monchechere mo abosume sanse masanso abebiem ama broni komo on GhanaWeb TV ye kwaya ya sanso ebente se de obie ngwa nkotel industry mu komo entertainment just simulators beef bia wan sheda ntia as social media trends anything na menem we de yen sem rekwa yen twa ye ho na ye koba 2023 komo no de ba besangegu ama mu se wa ama bro ne ma wakwa aba nkomo on GhanaWeb TV na je say wani gusu a je say twegu ya bu abetim na we de ma me konsem ne me start afi mu de a na eye afia na eye 5 years Ebony Reigns Ghana num tuni dance musician e ka bebi na me nkai mo ya me nkai busuafo ya road accident bi na che say on nkrofo nso ebien won na mu na che say wo hwe won kwa ya na eye busum ya February na che say na ebusuafo wo kọ ne na so koso nsa afia so na wo kọ kan ne ada na ne papa owo no kaso we de Ebony wo mu se wan shada nchede na so live ni ma kankasa na eyi na watchi nyina de o social media nkofo pay tribute to Ebony Reigns ni manager bullet nso de na no December 2 na che say na watchi de Ebony nyoma na ye bone ye ka na ye ka kokosi se ye sere mu kwanso jojo mu amukaka mu ka hye nyina munye ne boko na mu nkombra bedu asumdwe mu na mafo kika sankaba na Ebony ti ase de anka Grammy anka we wini bia maganafo. Trust me say touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Now so prophet Kofi Odu Chirima osofu chirabosum o say ye ka prophet Nyankopon nipa won kan o say o do your busumsum ni ankasa o ka say e bia bodua na unkrai but so ben bia wadan edi na mo be ka ye osofu chirabosum ejina na asore nim Chirima onu no se na enum tomose wa afa ne yire chi ne obi afoforo akwa na je se ne ye na ase mente me ho ase bi nti wo wa park na nyama we fifie nti wo Chirima mo hwe ne puppet no na mo hu soso ma mete wa na je se Chirima anu no eye ne yire so friend eye Princess Andrew sense oh your gospel musician no so ne na do say ba betum na nsem ne dim what's a crab FM Princess Chirima ni kunu ene je se on ne housemaid fo ebien na awo chema ta say ni kunu no sebio so ntumi nyi mo bia nti mie bienyi ekwa be kan say bie me kan say mie no so me kan say tu o say mie bienyi okoye ai Somebody de doors but so be assemble na just wenya abotere nti somebody de pato che se o chiti ade no so fu nso de ne sesi ni bu agito atum se wa afa ne yirechi o se wa ba kama bi aso de nim no gira na o kan yo o de mebo video ni bi ama na so nsem ikọ bai na eye prophet Kofi Oduro tie me Kenya me adwen a kire o chema so eye o kirabo so mo se wonyo osofo papa ko osofo be na etumi gina pulpit ani ejina no altar so keka sa ansemi o se bia na moye na mugu eye asofo ani ma se na kroma wo sori a ene fake prophet nti che se konfo bone na amaye hunkofo papa na ansemi ye betu da na che manfo criticize eye kirabo so mo ko social media won atutu bia ma ne pa na ono so a kire mu se o se wo a wo kan no ho asem mo aye mu hu eyi a mo keka no ho asem o se mo be bre ankasa o se yare beba mo sue na e fa ine kosinti we dey chabo so me dey me che dan ke bi saaye hu se nchirim keke na jese ye na jese yedwuma na ye nti mo a mo keka sa asem no eye chabo so se mo dey mo ntwe na ne ebe di eye mo de
boyfriend kophobia titi social media nzifuru ebe kai obi gina store bi emu enema miensa omo bra bia o suze mu no oka Jimmy for fe me udi machi ubewu udi machi a ubewu se odu ani simi so a obre tie bi accident yare ni edru oh you better come you be surprised office obi a dey listen so mo de mon koso na monye we should be dey I won't talk monyum nam de mama no yesu mpo abona se ni so for na be me de eni para se ni etise me bi firi no a metie kurase ne nyame e ma beduru aso do meji ni papa yo pebi obi anka yo ho twemo na me strike ebre semu me monitor nkofo bebre me monitor mu nyina mu siwi a me
na ya twan komo no so a obekai na yas ai nsem bi atwamu na ebetu bi so so ne gospel musician no spoke atwempena kakra na nsem ni de ye bebre but se sia de ne akwakosia ne se na yas kirema omuso omwejai wakwa ware ama ware ne kwa wasanso ejai abaga na ha se na nso ohwema eye no sopoku wondo no ntumi nkaja nhyase na je se obeka se obesanso atala bi se de oso kirema wo ye family na nkofo ka se yes no enche bia na otese ma brothers oni obi ma friends oni obi je se ye hu hwekra nyeye na nsem de koto dwa wo eye delay show ena na ya kirema oso ono ohia ne kunba ye se wan man anche kra na je se wokeka ne masie ne je se wo de aware hyehye so kirema oso ni kunu wo Germany o de ni chere krom ha say be say 8 days na working boom na wo ye wedding fe na mafu chem say 8 days na mutumi de ware na senti na ware na anye but enyo bia na aye ebunu mutumi share on a very short notice na wa ka bo ware na betumi aye be last for years but na ya chere mo so de na ni chere Germany o krom ha say o ye na adwuma o twa ni TV program ni ade na ware be yi na so o ton ne honya manyina na bobo scan no na o de kwoto ani kunu wo Germany no so o kwoto no ho de amani hunu yi o so femu bia nka so say onu akasa ahwe ne tibiem se na na wo Ghana ha ne ope na odi ne ope na o hye na odo ne akwakotena ate se Germany to okọ ni kunu ho o se bre ne ade na ensem ne yewe bre but emu nkyiremu eba ya na wo kasa na ya fa ni kunu echi na den na ya kyirema sansem no it happened when I just enable to for the kunu ni sakoma ni sa wari ni welja ntenye je say bia say na fine kosin but ensem ni nyina de o chemo o delay show but na ya so o de ne check kroma se na o hwe ne tibe ma she's all right nte bia o ti aware bia sa na say relationship bi na je say nche dan koya na ya se bomodi a na dan we chi na kuntu hwan a na echi a na eko so when say krom hade bia sama ye kan so support your own a rapper Sarkodie any Bob Marley late Bob Marley ka wo ko Jamaica wo kan one reggae legends and I say Bob Marley din wo man kasa na o feature no just me kire ma remake ni nyom back one of his classics so your friend is Stir It Up I know na just say why you remake na just say Sarkodie e was anyom you so na beto dwa na mafu be brain eje wo say hey we dey win for Ghana dey bia ka so just say you go international na dey na a whole Sarkodie to me Bob Marley e wo ni nyom so just say why you remake na nyom no fe video kama that is mafu eboje ni so na won say ko ba ne sanso na just say critics bia say obeke ka say nyom ni na fine kosin ko for be the one was watching ma Sarkodie voice o verse no nyom no so kwa na enye de you could have done better we say one way rap no build na no atum pa e Blakk Rasta Ghana ni numtu no sanso ye radio presenter o chema Say I'm nana Bob Marley dem no so ba na o roli woni grave no o so bedi ni mu ya opa cause ni nyoma wa ye kama say na mo anyo bia nya remake say Sarkodie o chema Sarkodie ni one way rap you know the two stir it up so enye den na fine what o de ni mbuase kura ka Bob Marley ma say oh ho ebe ye den asem Ghana for mo kasa too much na so you the Blakk Rasta be too dwan mo fu chema he has a point nti akoye say akwako chema afa say he has a point be su chema wa nsha dan kasa yes so be so ukunu ni mase na nsem yekọ ba yi na eye broadcaster amia minipa eye nana ba na mo one odi nsem betu dwa no sem so Blakk Rasta person chese Sarkodie nyum nye papa wo kra wo nyum bia ensha dan fa kwemu as it was a China nyum bi won sha dan ti as wo se no krampo ye mbisa wo se kiremu ye na obeka Sarkodie ho asem na anya eye nana ba nkwa na akebio efia so kirema eye Blakk Rasta kwa ye funny songs wo kwa ye nka ho asem ye na se Sarkodie tumi abaki a whole. Why would you do that? Now, some of you buy now and na abana one a Blakk Rasta Twitter, they would yes see and that I say will throw shade my own. Now, Blakk Rasta connect chikakra. Na wahwehwe de bia beye na na aba na moaya opan odi osebo ai na ba baby daddy odi osebo aba picture him no chire ma o se wo na na aba na mo be explain osebo dressing ya sa so wo chire ma o hye me antare ne skirt ne ade eno kro bia mbisa o se be chire mu ye but odi sa asem ne by the enti na na aba na mo akasa bium na asem ne koso na wo chire ma Blakk Rasta se wo na na aba e wa asem a wo ne ndeli osebo ne de ankoko fa hi be frame o se wa anya ade kra na asem ye koso na osebo a drop video bi ai wan shadan bo bi edin bo kire mo se onipa fun ene edin semfun o kire mo se asamba se onya abotare nto no de wan shadan reply Blakk Rasta but se na shade ne kon ansem na ekon weni dafe ma be hu se we de eye Blakk Rasta shade na yenji na Blakk Rasta ansem ya so Blakk Rasta de abeto just say amafo kika so wonye eye pastor wonye yi won friend ye but eye October last year na tese wo ordain no atese just oye nya minipa na Blakk Rasta chemo so no the Bible no twokonkon akan be from Genesis to Revelation what can be say 20 times also ni mu ankasa o kire ma true Rasta bia de woni Bible ni mankasa na okaka hu se o no Zion Felix ye interview no so ono eye wi obonsam tawa rolling ye hyehye na ye passing onye bi da cigarette kura bi nka na anoda o kire ma abo a we ani ebien ori bi da Blakk Rasta ani ese na say ya to aso de onu so ba GhanaWeb de ndi o programs be brain e de ne mu tutu ja se ne mu ye hwan kasa na eye TikToker time GH me ne ye interview e wo talk attainment so no je so den se be bra to dra o chema Chrome ha say e binum kasa o TikTokers wo live fake life ne ade o se nyani na na etisa o chema content creation je se obe hu se bia one video wo YouTube TikTok Instagram ne akakan ni nyina e fechi won ska wo se ska wo man kasa binum to me ye brand influencer ne ade nti ska de wom nti enye wo nyina na wo live fake life o chema ebinum warranty cars na debats ebinum ho no ma wan abo bra se wonya sika ni bia nkasa wodi twetwetwa won ho no kaka ho se eye Chrome ha se just a celebrities a wo making news na just say content creators say wo ba hye won na wo jaabe won kaka na o chemo se ni nyina eye gori nkwa se bi won ma wo jaabe na wa fa ni tools you have as reply o chema some time ago crash Shatawale I one don Shatawale me amiji one don for life is for life SM phone nyina ye chiamo o some time ago make a video be about on na nkofo kaka so Shatawale hu a obetutu bia ma o no se papa be hu ni o no so the yes nti eba ne sai a mo fa nya so na eye interview am ne ye wo talk atemete de o make revelations be brent bo modia na pe video ni bi na hwe na je se ne ekonyina wate ase na ye de magina so na ye ntwa ye ho kakra na ye koba nsem ne de etefie ta bank Mbesanso mo akwa ban komo GhanaWeb TV ama bronu nse se na adwuma ne ye mamoda no latest ones trends wo mo make news na je say ye de wan asem ba na je say ya kyeremu nyina ye yi bi mfim ye mfa bi nkan na eye na watwe mu na je say Grammys e course an je say wo koye wa Los Angeles je say ye celebrities ni bi wo ha say edi woni kyerɛ ho na Ghana de no obi ana na wo nominate no eye Rocky Dawuni ye reggae ntuni na this was his third time na mafo wo arashi mu so we de obefa but ankoba ne sa sa but Rocky Chemo no wakoye no to say John the Baptist no to say wa prapra kwemu no wa him say kwan na wa prapra ne nkofo bebebetum so eligi ba mafo Chema Rocky de wa ya de pan say what Ghana nim na eye award yase e na to say Ghana funum tofo bi e ne kitiro bi so de oni kopie ho na eye Stone Boy and Beam Nation one boss e de oni kokyere ho e dem I gbe dem so no wo hobi Kidi anu ankasa so no wo hobi na me say guilty beat yo on the Beyonce just say guilty beat oh Jaja Church say he's one of our best selling products so what Ghana nim e international platforms so no so the ni kokyere hobi e na eye dental ono so no wo hobi na say na atare kama wa won say pistos kente gown or the oh na ne ho aye fedodo na Kidi ko no so eye branded the gentleman no so na clothing and say ka so mo bomode na mo use your local designers na say mo promote brand no na eye Stone Boy asem na yen kasesia Stone de ni kopiem e wo Grammy so na tete ono de wun se wedi kan ya kase networking de hu yan kasa Ghana for be friend ahohye but ono de friend networking which is very important me hu say on celebrities bebre e posi e picture just say once a picture kakra na mo exchange pleasantries as en chia kakra say networking na mafoche ma we dey we are hoping say ebe bring it to say collaborations international collaborations bebre then so on Taylor Swift Kofo de wodos bebre Fat Joe no me ade na che say wo chiechia na mafuche ma ko hwe Twitter wo chime wo say Stone Boy ahohye na aso de ho tete na me so you guys sometimes you some am boka no ebro adwen nti ase so de bia mo se mo international collaborations na to obi mpo akono so all network ya mo friend ahohye aya sometimes asamba mo nya abotre nti Grammy sinsem ya na mafuche ma wo say da bend da kwa na Ghana kuzo ye betumi eweni na eye afi Grammy si eye Brenna Boy onya 2 nominations but ni na fan kon ho se wo chime ma oh African Giants pa but aye tent one Nigerian nim to ni just say ono de obo ne ho modern ankasa na say red carpet ni so on aye DJ Khaled ni aye Beyonce Miss Yellow just say she also met all the big stars e wo ho no mama for Chema says it's about time at Ghana so ye benya air Grammy nti ye boy ho modern pa ye ware chim say aye afie de ye nim ye ka Grammy ye nominate ye so betumi ewi ni bi na just say ya hye Ghana enunyam na yes one common so dia che say eye na watchi eye Monsen Kados interview me plus size women be na je say achia just akọ viral ma fokika ko wansem me hu say sam kofo bi so eye shade aya mo pesa eye me guest ya menya wo Monsen Kados eye etonam Regina na eye Kitamo wo chirema wo say one kasa plus size wo post bibi wo social media na kofo aba na obeka so wo so dodo lose weight na ubewu unya ware say wo chirema negative comments nkwa na makasa me di mani ehu bi aya munya abotare wo chirema eye Regina to chirema wo say wo ya akasefo say wo be lose weight enya famu enya de dafa makasa na nkomo na nkasa ne say na ye discuss je kaze e ba ne mpem goria having good sex with plus size women say na etifa na wo chirechima wo say wo chirema aya nkofo ika so wo ye kese dia wo ye lazy in bed wo say nya sa na eti o wo say wo fa wani hu ya ntumi ni dance nti bo modia na pe eye plus size bi na on chire oni ekọ wo chema je bia mo say slim girls ma won so wo hye ankasa nti mo mpem oni so a na the one shada entin semase no bo modia na pe eye Monsen Kados bi na tie mu se mo chema wo san so the sex positions e work for plus size wo say wo soa ne ye je say se na obehu se na obegu around body ni nyina je say ye discuss e wo Monsen Kados bo modia na pe bi na tie na nsem ne de oh my god esewani eso catcher na what trade there just say we are reasia fena ina eye Syria ni Turkey one earthquake bi e course just say asem no kwam hu so na mekafa wo hwe live search say won afimu akra won ahwere pan wo eye Turkey ni Syria esan say earthquake na dan ebubu egu nkrofo so say na nkrofo adeda ebubugu won so ni ade na owu ni de akokoye bebre na ye kan ye ke wo say etu ayonko hu etu aduam na ye nipa ba ko eye Ghana ni footballer Christian Achu na wo kire ma say eyi akwanhie ye kosie na oka ho bi na onu so no de odi ni dwuma wo Turkey na say wo bo papa yi share ya just ye da sorry ya na etisa asem kesi yesi na wo keka na wo so say de wen hu Christian Achu na behwe Ghana fo yesi e bade ya da wasio wonim say Christian Achu de no ni share Ghana ha say ya te say enyumo ye nkofo wo prison to me come na come won bill no when you afi wo yes o si schools o hwe janko hwe hia for no ankasa interview by yes some time ago bo so chema he's coming from a very humble background you know oh abadaya man nkofo nja sami koba na mafo bompa so rade we de hunu mo bapa na protect na yi ni fi say exan yim nkai bo be to the first one e by ni se wo se we hu no na ne hu ye ne wode na ko so ja yarehwe se de nyina ye ni eje I said the club ne sanso ko na echi sanso ba bia ma wo be confirm so onipa na wo hu na ye mistaken identity na enyo no so agwari be na mu ni ye di ebusuafo nyina ye ma to won ye mganafo je say ye president kwa so comment ye tragedy esi wo ye Turkey ni Syria na ye ko ba mu se enyo no but se ye de amanfo ni ye ya ne se mpaibo je say wo se alpha afro Christopher Muslim fajidfo nyina ya aboma ye bompai ye nche de nya ye correct update emfa ye Christian acho ba se na ye tibia GhanaWeb nu se de nchemu nyina aba so mu titi se de mama mu mpaibo mu enye den ankasa na ye hu se celebrities be brain so de one atum shata Abeku Santana Guru me na ye don ko munyina omo join it say ye bompai ama Christian achu who said now I fear ye see 2023 they say albums be braba na say obi a ne de da power so ye kase say ye bisa K-Day or the new album be your friend in next chapter now they wotie mu nsema nwom ne mu ye dan kasa na oficha nkofo bebre wo mto bo de an wotie na bon say ekoso ankasa say be ye kase ye support hin omu nkoda mu stream na ye nhwe ne ye ko na bisa K-Day ya na odi nsem bia betu da na ne nwom ba ko next chapter no so no odi atudwa say some industry players be e wo na sididi na say na through all the struggles na he emerged victorious until hu say utie nwum na hu say ekutie bi wo mu akasa ma mo kasa na oye funeral song no munyina mu nkoda mu nkosi ba bisa K-Day de men kam ha many he's one of our best musicians in the country na bisa so comment Sarkodie feature stir it up on Bob Marley no chema nwum ni de it was a beautiful song, it was a beautiful project also no crampo so onu no nko nya ya nkope also no nko nya ya Michael Jackson kran oni betumi sa feature ibi ti ma mo keka say na fan no ko so ni nyina kasa Ghana and Nigeria don't know say akoko say na afofo ye jollof wo ni fa ye kase Ghana ni Nigeria jollof ni ye den em se me gina aka cho say Ghana jollof de unya baby anti munja say comparison na emfa na wo de wani chekro so ni say Nigeria fo bebre wo hanum say wo ye adwuma na wo ni me bedia dance say ba customer service ho wo be so wo bejije wo so madam wetin you want so akọ farmer na me ni Nigeria ni hairstylist so very much so boti she wig ni ade ofeni Dennis oni ha me ni twhwe nkomo no chemo so one greatest advantage customer service so A1 say wo nkrom ho say wo to kwankwa we krofo froso wo bomodin ana je say customer relation there A1 no chema hu say dwuma oye oyo berema oboti alright but chema ska wo man kasanti wo yo berema bi na say wo desire say wo boti ni ade na no wo bomodin ana wo enter into the beauty industry chema ska wo that what we answer am about best story so me mfa we into intwato one me say kwama de be aka say support your own nkan kan celebrities so say the omuko international so mo no mo ye che say eye of the country na ye kan nwumtuni a opese che say ye kan wo a wo use Ghanaian brands a ye be boss Sarkodie din na Sarkodie oni designer ba kwa so design nyama ma ne pan ye atotete na papa yi de che say Bob Marley no me o feature music video no atare na no hye no ono an ye nta say video bi aso no ye Black Rasta so omu nyomi ompese mu twa video atare na no hye ne no susu atoteta te say kofo bebre wo huma wo use Ghanaian fashion brands aina na wo che hu say elekem kumoji peso shedi kaso atare na fine ono akase bubo no so mafuche ma wo kasa too much asema wo kan hye de hu hia sak native hu so akase wo pese wo kase wo pese wo pamade mana you could have even gone to his DM to Sarkodie say me design ma na wo akasa pull him down spirit wo akasa wo nipa wo woni po design na wo kasa bebre otutu bi ma elekem akasa antie ne ye ka Ghanaian designers wo bom hu modern de be ma atotete a wo design Sarkodie entire bebre Sarkodie entire bebre hu so hye locally made Ghanaian design atoteta and it is behind that designs na ye kan ye came ma be sorry Sweden na wo share that enemy vows day ai wo chire ma vows day na just adofofo da nti ya single no ye nko one side ai mo ya warefo ne ade mi se mo be pepe yan kasa wo kudu wani che social media ye Tuesday ye be ene obehu ne I love you no be na be ka God when ni na ye be hwe bi e bia fe da ye nwi nti be ye na je say ye nso ye nsa to bi so but in the meantime no se wo hwe na se wonye yi a wabo wonde akopɛ chocolate bi kakra but ada no to show love mama bese mudu koye mo agenda dey bi no fornication munjai bone no ye na wo be chi obi ade achi obi yen say wo expect be in return I am a brony maka na what trade dey wo awunim ya sha afena asefoforo kwa de say nkomo no dey latest ones mun say me ni na abetudwa me san so commercial kakra na what trade dey enim me tie ni nyina mun say nkomo no dey mu ye hwama kasa me ni na e de bebebem ti da se ne ye be san so ehia ama brony makramo.
We have done a lot of work on the tax waivers, and let me pay tribute to Honorable Kweku Kwatin. The two of us converged on this very tax policy of tax exemptions. We believe that tax exemptions are becoming too much, and particularly times like this, that the country needs every city to save our economy. You cannot continue granting tax exemptions. And so you will notice that the Finance Committee has been very adamant in approving tax exemptions. We work with the ministry and virtually we led it to get the tax exemption bill passed. So we have a tax exemption regime in place as a country for the first time. And that is why I am paying tribute to Chairman Kweku Kwatin, because he led it with myself and all of us, and we did it so well that Ghana has a tax exemption regime as we speak. In terms of the savings that the Finance Committee has led Parliament to save in terms of tax exemption, if you quantify it with our report, you will notice that we have made huge progress as a country in terms of tax exemptions. There's still a lot more we have to do. There's one we are still working on that has to do with the 1D, 1F tax exemptions. We believe that time has come for us to put brakes on those tax exemptions and raising enough revenue to support the fiscal and obviously the country, because we need every revenue to move the country forward. And so, put it in perspective, you'll notice that the country has made a lot more progress on the tax exemption than before. And I can't say that is comfortable enough. I believe in continuous improvement, so we will have to continuously identify the gaps we have in a tax exemption regime and improve it going forward.
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
After spending over 200 million euros, Chelsea fans are optimistic that they can qualify for the Champions League, although they trail by 10 points on the league table, lying 9th with 30 points. Chelsea fans are hopeful that the likes of Enzo Fernandez, João Felix, Noni, they will help, alongside Mudryk, will help them climb up on the table and qualify for the Champions League next season for the investment they've done in the winter transfer window. Yes, that's what Chelsea fans believe, but is it a reality? That is why we are on the streets of Accra to ask some Chelsea fans and some football fans to find out whether Chelsea stand a chance of qualifying for the Champions League after spending huge amounts of money in the winter transfer window. My name is Emmanuel Eni. Join me as we kickstart the 2023 edition of the GhanaWeb Sports Debates live on GhanaWeb TV. So to our first guest on the show, and I have two gentlemen here to give me their opinions about Chelsea, possibly Chelsea qualifying for the top 4. They are now trailing by 10 points, so I'm going to find out from them if Chelsea, after spending over 200 million euros, can make it to the top 4. But to Chelsea form now, I'm about 5 matches in Omu winning winning 1 pair. Ususu somebody to me, I qualify for top 4.
Chelsea the top 4 no dey omuntimi and qualify. Right now no yen hwe adia Toboli aye no. Wa invest into Chelsea team no. Ohwe ne signings a wo ye na. Signings no ye entre say or per results say ya for the future. And a team ne kura ne say they need technical and experienced coach like Ancelotti, the likes of Pep Guardiola. Cambota is under this current team no on team and fan qualify for top 4 no. Team me as a sports panelist no there, Chelsea right now need technical and experienced coach for the team right now. If the fans of Chelsea are demanding good results now, then they should sack Graham Potter. But if they are investing for the next generation, they should keep Graham Potter.
It's almost finish it top 4 and possible.
No, that one there is not possible.
Okay. Mijiri say what you know. Also almost finish it top 4 no and possible despite players from Asensen nyina.
Emezo kakra mekan say Chelsea team no there enye Graham Potter na be say no. Ansa na no coach na okoe no Thomas Tuchel no o jeja players be to say o dey no mo wan ka vet no mo na dey o jeja players be play mo okoe enti Graham Potter ba na be fight team no papa no top players man to mo top players man players in the wato enye sika na ye na nka PSG dey bia o be Champions League so what I say enye say the says be nya botre dey a won fa Mikel Arteta anya mfaton said dey oba ya o be fa Arsenal na nkoyi kakra dan no na won hye team ni dey be ye dey a ye hye o be nya key players ni na so now nya win what I say we corner we but the same thing what I say inti me na me work kakra say so person team be ye dey a Chelsea ento o mo ase won hye team ni kakra as a players na wo ho no won akwa ni kwa better sen won aba no metimi aka ne sa as a German coach na okwa no o jeja players be brave mo wo kwantru wo better than there won wo say
also for the team
me Arsenal fan
that table no so betimi
yeah table no there mentimi nka say betimi agele board there wo betimi 5 points ni da bi board there odi kan okoto na oni bim enti no ambesa me kan say Arsenal team morning na hia da bi ase betimi nya win and abroche there fan so be kwa we ana home baby out to me lose home crowd to me lose away crowd to me lose the end there ni man say ye bo baby ebedu bia na ne do ezodi kan okota
Europa League ni Premier League ni wa susu say den na wa u feel say betin ya
Arsenal dey say ye bo bia che enti no say there ni da so home bia kakra Arsenal dey ebe yen kase ebe difference yen ni man say ye bo ye league ni ebe bia no ye wom.
Still on Chelsea finishing top 4, it seems impossible because they are 9th on the table, trailing by 10 whooping points. And there's still many matches to play, and we are still on the streets of Accra asking people, Chelsea fans, football fans, do they believe that Chelsea, after spending over 200 million euros in the winter transfer window, can manage to qualify for Champions League next season with Graham Potter in charge. So I have one gentleman here. Do you think Chelsea can qualify for the Champions League?
No, I don't think Chelsea can qualify for the Champions League this season, because check where Chelsea is lying right now on the Premier League table. It will be very difficult for them to qualify for the Champions League. And Chelsea, I think Chelsea is in crisis, although they've signed players. But the player Chelsea signed right now, they've not adapted to the kind of play that will make them to qualify for the top 4. Because right now Chelsea played last week without striker, which is very, very difficult for them in terms of scoring goals. So I'm not sure, but I just think Chelsea should take their time and prepare for the next season. I think they have a very good future player, which I believe by next season Chelsea can do very well. Well, for the Champions League, for the top 4, it's a doubt. It's a doubt. I'm not sure.
Some Chelsea fans believe that Graham Potter leading the team is a no-no. He is the problem of Chelsea right now. Although some players are not performing, they believe that Graham Potter should go for a new coach.
For that reason, it will be 50-50, because if you watch Chelsea as a team, Chelsea is a kind of team which like sacking one coach or the other. After that, the teams pick up. So for Graham Potter, I don't think Graham Potter have enough time for him to be sacked right now, because now the new players are coming. So if they really want to see the beauty of the players, I think Graham Potter should take them a little bit forward from now on to see how the teams adapt before they will think of sacking him. So I think that's my opinion on that.
Okay. Yeah. So which club do you support?
I'm a Chelsea fan. I mean, although right now my heart is breaking, but I'm still a Chelsea fan. Okay. I'm still a Chelsea fan. Right. But I just pray the teams do better so that we all feel happy one as a team. Okay. So Blues for life.
Okay. Would you do the Chelsea bet to me? I qualify for top 4. We should play some signing, you know.
Oh, me sure. See, we bet me I qualify about top 4 because me Arsenal, Man U, Man City. And yet is now her baby Chelsea dana. Me 9 position. Me sure so we bet me about top 4 because one person now we there so one person be all. One pet off about and one person bomb anymore or prepare for next season because where Mikel Arteta before say or Baba this season before say or Baba that first last season a kaka club in come pamon cast now for pamon but one shading say no yes one coach no more time no share the tactics now or bono no man more time playing time more time and shady because one years no this season one who say last season no and yamana we no nya players papa materials papa mfa omunya den emmobo no enti wo munya abotra man na this season so no me hwe players are in terms of and enti wanya players terms of Thomas Tepate and Saka and those kind of players no on so young guys almost mujina so enti we start this season no me fam ani nka make me say we lose 2 matches apart from the last week on boy and Man United share no so last season no eniama nko ya this season no eniama eko ye I saw man it now because because Potter Obaya no we a good coach because me share you free one no we Thomas Tuchel free one na players no one players bebele ko and a Chelsea team no players say how mo players say pre-planning how mo James Epla Ngolo Kante supra once almost strikers no mo players no mo tough team or mo tough players wo team no o mu nyina Epla how mo once o mu plan adeche no mo bebo ball no ma sen pra so that say team did say so mu nya more time e mo coach no o mu nya more time mo coach e bia next season no on so betimi pick form aba.
Okay. So this man believes that Chelsea should have time for Graham Potter. Graham Potter will come good next season. Their projects, they should emulate Arsenal's footstep by giving Graham Potter sometimes. Maybe 2 years or 3, he will come good for Chelsea. All right, so I have another guest here on the show. And which team do you support?
I'm an Arsenal fan.
Arsenal fan. You are leading the table. Do you think you can win the league?
Well, if we don't win this league this season, then maybe we'll not go win the league again.
Yeah.
I swear God. This is our time.
Okay, so today we are talking about your London rivals, Chelsea. They've spent over 200 million euros in the just ended winter transfer. They are hoping to qualify for the top 4. Do you think it's possible?
For the top 4, they can. Like the league, let them just forget it. Because like Chelsea, that's what they always do. Every year they spend. They're just like Man City. They have a lot to spend. I see our player Moduk and what they went to hijack it. I read so. I mean, you see it. So, but like me, I'm sure. I'm an Arsenal fan. I believe we can win the league this season.
That Chelsea will qualify for the Champions League.
Oh, me, I don't care whether they qualify or not. My own is I just want Arsenal to win the league. I don't know how it's going to be, but I just want Arsenal to win the league this season.
But you know there are many games to go.
I think it's normal game. The way Arsenal have been playing this season, we play from first minute to 90 minutes plus. So if we keep playing like that, forget about the Everton game. Like as so many things, I don't know, maybe fatigue and the boys and all that. But like I think if we keep playing with faith and maybe some little luck, we'll get.
Sure. Oh yeah, Chelsea, Omato Enzo Fernandez, Omato Joao Felix, Omato Mudryk Munina, bear 200 million euros no matter spend in January transfer. Omutreli top 4 by 10 points. Who GDA say Chelsea between qualify for Champions League?
Yeah, Champions League by any coach. And they kind there. I know from what.
Into who they only say mon qualify, but I'm Champions League.
Champions League, budget they are about Champions League next season. Because teams are in Rome, is your match to form. A bit Real Madrid. Real Madrid is they why but Athletic and running can see a permanent. Oh man, oh yeah, that's what the man is now on the permanent. And the team behind is soon. They say we place. If we are seeing any we place. The presence of my youth, on bet my head, I had you one of my.
As a grandpot or Nyade.
Oh, one day, make me at the 10. Ah, one of the was such a as a coach in England, you be a new Bobo. Your team in Miss Mount, one when you know, film.
ABC or man in Cosi,
yeah, and Necrame or Qua met me bushly. May take grass or Qua me cushion. Woman in Anya.
Okay.
So,
but it's also Chelsea. Who did this bet me qualify for Champions League?
Champions League. Conference communion qualify.
You be show. You qualify you qualify. It's next season. Na me aduma mo hwe.
Na grandpot o mo pam na so won.
Ene ya onko. Ene ya o mo pam. Wasa. Opese oye team based on England players. Nse ehye team sa. Ose obia to me Bobby. Say player be onya playing time. Ono to me exhibiting certain skills na ade ade. To be important the omo pam no crank be no. Ene ya omo pam.
What's about the team?
Me support Liverpool, but Chelsea problem no mu na no odin pa no odin. But top for party and Ukraine, Chelsea on to Viasi place no to qualify. Top 4 champions no more team they about top 4 the omo no more champions. I see a press in there what to. You see a Lampard in Thomas Tuchel ye coach baby na we hwe. Ubeti anya press ni nyina Viasi ni mu nyina ya bopo no. But team no ayi team work na nya adwuma enya adwuma. You say you can't team see I say team Arsenal team na dey ya hye.
So it's been a mixed reaction over here, and to the Chelsea fans, some believe that Potter is the problem. Others also believe it's not Potter's fault, but we should give them Graham Potter a chance for him to build his team because he took over the team middle of the season. So some are optimistic that the club will qualify for the Champions League by closing down the 10 points and manage to finish in the top 4. Others also says that they win the Champions League this season as a route to qualify for next season Champions League. It's been an exciting edition on this GhanaWeb Sports Debate with me, Emmanuel Enin. Catch you in the next edition.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Brian, tell the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
My understanding is that both sides agree that the minister be scheduled to come and brief the House, policy statements, and some details about the debt arrangements. Parliament is ever prepared to assist government to get out of this quagmire. And so, what I can say now is that, like the church says, Roma locuta, causa finita est. Parliament has spoken, and that is the end of the case. The minister be scheduled by the business committee as early as possible, because this is an urgent matter. If the pensioners are picketing at the ministry, we need to do this as quickly as possible. But because we've insisted, I can say that by Tuesday next week. Tuesday next week. This week is quite packed. And so Tuesday next week will be appropriate. Even though we have some business to on Tuesday, I insist that it should be on Tuesday. We'll have to find time for the minister, because this is a very urgent matter, particularly dealing with elderly people. We have to find time for the minister to give us a brief.
I stand here today by the special grace of God as Ezigbo Ghana, telling the entire world that the world should think about this cancer that is eating up the generation. What is that cancer? The drug traffickers and the intake of drug. I will urge the world to look into it, so that our sons and daughters will be safe. If we destroy them now, who will be the leader for tomorrow? Who will make our continent and the entire world better tomorrow? Some of these children are brilliant children, but because of intake of drugs, their life has shut down. So I want to use this opportunity to tell or to plead with government agencies all over the world and individuals, businessmen and businesswomen, to encourage each other to be a mouthpiece everywhere you are, to condemn the usage of drugs because of our next generation. Corrupt businessmen engage a lot in this, and some corrupt politicians all over the world also engage in all these things, which is not the best for us. So I want to say we should rather use money that people are using to go into this trade to go into agriculture. to provide food so that we'll have enough food for the world to eat. That money they want to use to go into drug trafficking that is destroying life, they should use it to go into education sector. They use that money to go into health sector so that our people will eat healthy, have good education, and also have good health and attend good hospitals for future. Because we need everybody alive to make the world a better place, more especially our own West Africa, where we all do well. Today I live in Ghana. I've lived in Ghana for many years. Ghana is like my home now, my second home. I'm in Nigeria, but my second home is Ghana. So anything that will bring destruction to the country Ghana, I will stand always to condemn it. Because if Ghana is good, it's good for me, I benefit it. And my children, and my wife, and my loved ones. If Ghana destroy, I also lose. Same thing to my wonderful country, Nigeria. So I urge all businessmen and women, government officials, politicians, to stand on their feet to condemn the intake of drugs that is destroying the world.
Mr. Speaker, I can say that government on its part has done what it has to do to ensure that Boku is peaceful. As we say today, we have created a battalion in Boku, 11th Mechanized Battalion in Boku. So we have 400 soldiers in Boku today. That's the first solution we have done. We are also building 400. We've moved from Boku from about 50 soldiers to about 400 today. Mr. Speaker, we are sending a task force to Boku just for only Boku, no more Conquer Fix, nothing. Another 500 soldiers to Boku, just Boku alone, because of the threat of terrorism. These soldiers will be free to do other activities. But next week, we are doing that. That's why, Honorable Ayerga, I told you, come to the office and let me sit with you with the military command and let's discuss it. I told you before, 3 days ago, on Monday. Maybe if you had come and we start, maybe this statement would not have been made.
Yes, leader. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister has made certain statements which are personal to me. First about he inviting me to join him on a mission to Boku. And like he said, I was outside the country. He calls me. So we are going to Boku. When was this? Mr. Speaker, this was more than 1 year after the people of Boku had been killing one another. That was the first time he went to Boku. It's on record. More than a year. Until the soldiers were complaining that you, the defense minister and the interior minister, had never visited them. And I brought the complaint to you. Now, you sit here and tell me that the soldiers and the police were complaining that you were never visiting them. You brought them to come, they are being exposed to death, and you, their commander, never stepped foot there to see them. Please, let's not talk personal here. I have sat down quietly and listened, not because I don't have responses. So, Speaker, why they kill the people? I'm pleading with you, go there. Go and see with your naked eyes. Please, my colleagues, have I ever, for the past 2 years, opened my mouth in this chamber and spoken about Boku? Have I ever? Ask Honorable Muntaka, on several occasions, attempts have been made to make statements on Boku here. I have fought it as Honorable Advocate. You are a witness. I have fought it. I've said, look, the situation there is very, very dangerous. We have sent soldiers there, people's children, to die for us. They will make mistakes. Make no mistake that they will make mistakes. But you don't hang them on any single mistake. Honorable Advocate, haven't I been fighting because of this? I have defended the soldiers. But, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, I went there. I saw it. Mr. Speaker, there was no basis for killing those people. And that is why I'm speaking today. And I'm not choosing to speak for only Kusasis. That last statement you made, that we should be careful who we speak for. Please, I understand everything that you are saying there. I'm not speaking only for Kusasis. I'm speaking because people that ought not to have been killed were killed. Yesterday, the statement you made, the person who they came and surrounded and shot and killed, do you know that was my cousin? Do you know that? Have I spoken about it here? Have I spoken about it? That's my cousin yesterday who was surrounded and shot and killed. And I've been on the phone since morning. Every incident you are reporting, I know. I've tried my own way to prevent things. This morning, I was on the phone with my uncles among the Mapuches, discussing how we should resolve this matter. It's not everything I go on air to say. So please, don't import improper motives. These killings, and I call them killings, were done by soldiers needlessly. They've killed people. Ask the commander. They kill people. I call him. We discuss it. We resolve it. Ask the commander there. Lieutenant Colonel Milta. A Mampushi was shot and killed. I called him. I said, why did you kill this guy? He said he was holding a weapon. And tell your boys that anybody who holds a weapon and I see him, I will gun him down. Colonel Milta is there. I said, well, if he was holding a weapon and you gunned him down, there's nothing I can say. And he was a Mampushi. This time, you said you liquidated, you neutralized 6 people. I said, when you neutralized them, what weapon did you pick? Not even one. Your own statement says only one person was holding a cutlass. Somebody in a garden holding a cutlass. What do you expect him to hold in a garden, if not a cutlass? I have struggled through this conflict to manage and navigate. I've been very supportive, Mr. Minister. You know that.
First of all, during the recess, we got news of some changes that have been effected in the leadership of the minority. As it were, we felt that it was just the normal rumor because we didn't expect such changes, particularly that it was not a fair in terms of representation from the north. But today, when we came into the chamber, we observed that, in fact, some changes have been effected in terms of the certain arrangement, where Haruna Idrusu as the minority leader and Honorable Muntaka as the minority chief whip used to sit. We have had new people who have to sit there. And also following the statement by the Speaker to the effect that he has received some correspondence from the NDC party effecting some changes, made us to believe that the rumor that we heard during the recess is true. And so we said that we need to let the public know that we've had the news, but we think that it is not a fair statement. It is not a fair change because you have 5 northern regions who contribute significantly to the progress of the NDC in terms of presidential votes and in terms of numbers in parliament. Out of the 57 MPs that we have from the north, 37 of them are from the NDC side. And so for you to effect changes and take out the northern representatives on the minority side, we think that it is unfortunate, it is unfair, and it's unacceptable. Because if you look at Chapter 6, Article 34 of the Constitution of Ghana, which talks about the directive principles of state policy. It says that the directive principle of state policy contained in this chapter shall guide all citizens, Parliament, the President, the Judiciary, the Council of State, the Cabinet, political parties, and other bodies and persons in applying or interpreting this Constitution or any other law in the taking and implementing any policy decisions for the establishment of a just and free society. And we think that Ghana is a free society. And so the NDC, in arriving at such a decision, should be fair and should act in accord with the directive principle of state policy by ensuring that there is fair representation. And the 5 northern regions, at least, should have been represented. The Zongo communities in Ghana, which contribute significantly to the votes of the NDC, should have been represented. Unfortunately, these changes took away Haruna Edrusu, who was a minority leader from the north. They took off Mutaka, who is a Zongo man, and so Zongo representation and northern representation has been taken out of the NDC leadership, which is a complete disrespect for the northern part of Ghana and for the Zongo communities.
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian Tennessee and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Have you ever wondered how Africa got connected to the internet, or who even pioneered this initiative? Professor Nina Kukweno, a Ghanaian scientist and engineer, played a major role in the introduction and development of the internet in Africa. He is my guest on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante, and we'll delve deeper into the conversation after this break. Welcome back from that break, and the father of the internet in Africa, like I told you, is my guest. Prof, I'm very glad to meet you today.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, so can you tell us what informed your decision to come back to Ghana to help bridge the technology gap?
Okay, maybe I can give you two kinds of answers. One from the context, my personal context, and one from, you might say, an aspirational view. I come from a family where there were older scientists, including eye specialists, wood technologists, highway engineers, civil engineers, and so on. And they all came back. They went and trained overseas, US, Australia, and so on, and they all came back.
Oh, okay.
So from that context, I was not questioning whether I should come back or not. Now, from the other side, you know, if you've seen the gap, like the time I saw them in the 70s, when I was already quite specialized, it would be difficult if you are a serious person or a well-meaning person to walk away. Okay. I mean, it was so bad that while visibly I was using these things and building them, designing them, we have to walk from here to Central Accra in order to even make a call and so on. So I had a mission, and the mission was principally to help avoid what we call techno-colonialism, where your lack of knowledge of the technology can be used to dominate you economically and socially and so on. So we wanted to, start a techno-liberation movement that emphasized more on self-development and so on.
What did it mean to have internet at the time?
Okay, you are looking at around 93.
Yes.
Okay, so at 93, the only means of message exchange were telex. Okay, and maybe some voice, but the number of phones were very limited, less than 100,000 phones at that time. I don't remember the detail. So what it meant was a change in the way we communicate to one where you can peer and communicate with a peer in a very direct way. You didn't have to go through any telex operator or, for that matter, any phone operator. You could do this from your home. And it was, the killer app really was the email, okay, where everybody could send email to any people they didn't know, including spam, which are the concerns you have. And the web was then just being released, okay? So you can also imagine around the same time, internet came to South Africa in 91. Mandela was released around 90, late 90s and so on. I'm trying to show you a political, ideological orientation of some of these things as well. In the same vein, Jerry John Rawlings was then the one who was here in Ghana. So you could see that there was a certain atmosphere of Africa can do. Okay? And so just as they got internet in 91, we also got it in 93. So it was a movement of liberation of sorts to make it such that you can democratize technology and everybody can have a part to it and so on. That was the atmosphere.
So how was the reception like when you first introduced internet in Ghana?
Okay, there was first a big fight because every disruptive technology has people whose status quo will be changed, and so there was a lot of resistance. You can imagine the telephone companies did not find that particularly interesting, and you can relate to some of new technologies which are coming, the same kind of behavior. So we had to go through a certain period of convincing, and not only the telco, there was only one, Ghana Telecom, but also to convince the national policy and the regulator at the time, which did not exist. What you call NCA at the time, today did not exist in 93, it came into being in 96. So all these discussions culminated in the independent regulator and competing providers, you might say. But it was a situation where there was, you might say, a lot of excitement, a lot of euphoria, a lot of hope for leveling or balancing certain things which we knew were part of the divide. That would be how I respond to that.
Okay, so how has the evolution of the internet been since you played a major role to introduce it and now?
For me, many things have occurred, but I'm not sure they are striking at the core of what the science and the technology is. Of course, you know, we have created more avenue for people to use it, but I'm not sure that we have succeeded in the supply side. In other words, we don't grow our food, we just eat somebody else's food. Okay, and I'm not sure how sustainable that would be. So, you know, yeah, changes have occurred. I mean, look at it. At the time the internet came, there were probably soon after that at least 100 local ISPs. Okay, meaning the 90s there were over 100 ISPs. But today you only see the 2-3 large telcos providing internet connectivity. So to me, you've lost something. I mean, as a country, you've lost something. So when you raise questions about rural areas and so on, then I begin to wonder how come those other hundreds were not sufficiently empowered to be providing services in those rural areas, but instead policy regime maybe more focused on fundraising and so bias things towards those who pay big money. And you know, nobody here will be willing to pay 5 million for a frequency. If the person had 5 million, I'm sure he will spread his point of presence than to use to buy frequency. So it biased the things more towards multinational companies who also want to get return on investment. So they will not go to the underserved areas. And meanwhile, you have not cultivated the local ISPs to address those issues. So you know, I think we've not paid enough attention to the substantive side of the thing, including even the universities. I mean, you know, technology doesn't come from the air; it comes from the schools and the professors, and it trickles down in the whole ecosystem. So if you don't address the education side because you think it's from foreign, you will have problems.
Okay, the conversation is getting very interesting, but then we'll go for a quick break. When we come back, the Prof will tell us more about how best government can digitalize the economy and how best others in the rural areas can get connected to the internet. Welcome back from that break. And Prof, you were saying something before our break that technology does not come from the air, but in schools. Can you elaborate more on that? Okay.
Let's say somebody has made a box that they call PC or whatever. That's the end product. Long before that, somebody was studying how to make the electronic chips.
Yeah.
Are we doing it here? No. And on to even how to put it together, and then how to put software on it, and also what is the business model. Meaning there's an economic side as well, and there is also product positioning, that's marketing and promotion side. Now, can you convince yourself that within our educational system, we are actually advancing these things? I think we are hard pressed, and we seem to be also satisfied with very little gains when the fundamental things are not being addressed. It's very common in typical university, if you give project or assignment, most of the students prefer to spend their time on how pretty the user interface looks. But really, that's not what the work is. It's not the look of the the thing is that it works. So it's more about the rules, the logic behind. Is it behaving like you want it to behave? Does it bring the correct information? Does it even work? See, I mean, you have to know much more about it than simply throwing some statements together to, you know, withstand. No. So the fundamental thing in your science is how strong are your physics, mathematics, computer science? How strong are they in terms of the pure technology side? Then we can look at the economics and then the business and so on and so side. Now, if you don't have, this is a trickle-down thing. If you don't have researchers who are advancing this in your country, it's not likely you can establish a center which will suddenly have those expertise, because the people you are hiring are from the universities. So, you know, and also taking many of these projects out of the universities into side institutions, I also think weakens your whole ego. You are not yet well grounded for you to be taking out pieces of the thing. So I would tend to want to strengthen the universities and the research organizations to be addressing and making things and adding to research and then creating technologies out of their research. Right now, there's not so much of that being done.
Okay, so government has rolled out digitalization agenda, and they are ensuring that people in the rural areas get access to the internet and more. What's your take on it? Do you think, what advice are you going to give first so that these measures or this policy rolled out by government works?
Okay, I haven't really followed the specific agenda, policy agenda of the government, but I can make some general statements. See, in this industry or this research area, it's very easy to find yourself with a solution in search of a problem. Okay, and certain things can happen in that you may be depending on certain sources to propose projects for you. But the right way to do it is, before you do any project, you should have seen and identified need. Okay, meaning the community should have deliberated it, discussed it, what problem they are trying to solve, and then offered some options or solutions, so that then the policymaker can select which of the options make sense or are viable. In other words, this, let's say, top-down led thing, it can also miss the real needs and even the real solutions. But the bottom-up multi-stakeholder, community-oriented thing, that should precede, you know, national policy, not the other way around, I think can change the focus of some of these projects that we work with. In other words, it's easy for me to say, oh, I'm going to do this for the schools. But have you really understood that that is the real need of the schools?
Yeah.
You see? Now in technology, it's very easy. If I go and buy some nice tool, everybody will be excited, we'll use it. But I'm saying, is that the real need? Okay. The second thing that every development enthusiast should pay attention to is, during the COVID, I think you noticed that we didn't have e-commerce.
No.
Okay. We didn't even have a way by which you can stay home and work in your office, or stay home and go to school. That means that we have made a big mistake. We have not developed a domestic internet. See, the telcos just carry your traffic and send it to the international content providers. So it's as though you have a means of accessing services internationally, as opposed to having a means to access services locally, internationally, anywhere. You know, as you were biased towards, oh, it's an opportunity for me to order something from Alibaba. But you didn't make provision for ordering something from the corner store to be delivered. You did not respect yourself. You see, you were more interested in Numa, you were not interested in this place. That's a big problem. And if you're not developing your domestic, then it means you don't even have the skills. All the skills you have are to you're a user of somebody else's something abroad. But you are supposed to make your skills to access services here. That means somebody must be providing the services, and then you must now take the traffic to those people. Sometimes it even costs more to move traffic from here to the end of town than to take it overseas and bring it. No, this is the cost of exchange points and local, terrestrial lines and those costs. So we have real challenges in terms of developing. I mean, it's okay to develop the user market, but you can't sustain it. That means your money is going out. You can't sustain it unless you have adequate number of providers here. And you can't get a provider simply by buying equipment and doing it. You have to get it by you creating your own equipment, your own software, your own talents that will manage these for you or communicate about it. And me, I believe in Africa.
So, Doc, how do we make the internet a safe place? Because every day we'll keep surfing the internet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, internet comes with its own challenges and issues. Because when it was built as a research, endeavor. And so that meant that there was some trust already established. Okay, but as it's gone commercial, we have to bring the trust in. That means we have to do some security things, and most important, since the security problems usually come from the user, okay, we have to really do a lot of awareness, education, and the people who will protect the system, where are they going to be trained from? They are from the university. And I'm saying you shouldn't think of creating a certain educational system to solve that problem. Fix the university. Don't create some academy or some other side thing to solve your cybersecurity. It's not going to work. The people being produced from the universities must be the strong ones who can tackle these problems. Okay, then if you aggregate them because you want to create a focused talent capacity, then it makes sense. But if you're arbitrarily doing everything, this center for this, that center for that, you are just dissipating your energy. You should really concentrate your energy. Where is the problem? I'm saying, supposing today I've given everybody connectivity, what would differentiate users? And don't you think, they say that the level of broadband affects the GDP.
Yes.
Okay. That means the way you use it determines your GDP. If you are using it just watching TikTok, I don't think your GDP will grow.
Not at all.
Unless you are producing things on TikTok, then it might grow a little. Are you understanding?
Yes.
So the thing is, if you accept this, then it means how you use it. Some people are using it deeper. And I'm saying that the more educated, you are, whether you are in rural or whatever, the more advanced knowledge you have, the better use you have of it. So we should focus on this thing and address it at the core.
Okay. So like Prof said, be careful what you put on the internet whilst you are surfing the net. Because the internet, they say, never forget. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante, and the father of the internet in Africa, Professor Nina Kukweno, has been my guest. Thank you for watching today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Remember, Biz Headlines follow.
Hello and welcome to Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV with me, Marley-Sarkodie. Now let's get straight into our stories. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is optimistic that Ghana will conclude talks with the International Monetary Fund on a possible financial bailout program. According to the president, though government's debt exchange program was fraught with several challenges, since after its announcement, it has largely been accepted by the citizenry. He made this known when the German Federal Minister of Finance, Christian Lindner, paid him a visit at the Jubilee House. We have already taken one important step forward in concluding a staff-level agreement with the IMF. One of the steps was the domestic debt exchange program, which encountered a lot of difficulties, but it has now been virtually concluded. We are looking towards going the full hog and concluding the agreement. We are hoping that will be done by the middle of March, President Akufo-Addo said. Now, the Cybersecurity Authority is looking to develop a legislative instrument that seeks to hold service providers accountable for content that pose a threat to children while surfing the internet. Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority, Dr. Albert Enchi-Bosiako, has stressed that internet service providers who fail to comply with orders to remove content that are damaging to children would be sanctioned once the LI takes effect this year. According to him, inasmuch as a free, open and secure internet is a powerful tool to promote connectivity and enhance inclusiveness, the misuse of the internet will have negative consequences on the users, especially children. Now to the domestic debt exchange program, where government has extended the deadline by some 3 days over technical glitches. The Ministry of Finance, in a press release, announced that in connection with the ongoing domestic debt exchange program, the government of Ghana thanks all bondholders who have so far tendered their bonds. However, it has come to the attention of government that some bondholders face technical glitches as they try to complete the online tender process. The statement further noted that government is providing bondholders with a window to complete processes for tendering their bonds. In response to the terms of the exchange, as amended pursuant to the second amended and restated exchange memorandum, this window ends on February 10th, 2023 at 4 p.m. GMT. Still on the domestic debt exchange program, where government says it has achieved 50% of participation. This comes after the Deputy Minister of Finance, Abna Osei Asari, has stated that government has about 50% of participation rate as far as the program is concerned. This is, however, away from the intended 80% participation rate for the successful start of the program. As of February 7th, when we decided to extend and grant the administrative window, we have done about 50%. However, the government has acknowledged that bondholders who have signed onto the program, whilst encouraging those who are yet to sign on to do so before the new February 10th deadline. To our final story, where the Attorney General has advised the Auditor General's Office to withdraw the recently published audit report on government's COVID-19 expenditure. In a letter addressed to the Auditor General, Johnson Ekwama Esiedu, Mr. Damin raised concerns of constitutionality about the processes leading to the publication of the report, which uncovered various financial infractions. I advise a withdrawal of the report on the government's COVID-19 transactions from your website before same has been debated by Parliament and considered by the appropriate committee of Parliament. Grounding his request on Articles 1875 and 1876 of the 1992 Constitution, the Attorney General noted that the AG's office failed to submit the report to Parliament for scrutiny as directed by law. That's all for this week's edition of Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. But don't forget to log on to our website, www.ghanaweb.com, and to all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, @the GhanaWeb, and also our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Marley-Sarkodie. Do have a lovely weekend.
It's very heartbreaking to see people of, particularly of this age group, my age group. Some are a bit older than me, some are somewhat younger than me. But these are all people who have worked. They have worked very hard. They could have left the country when others were going. They stayed. They worked for the nation. And we've had our ups and downs and everything. But bit by bit, a lot of us are from the generation where you were always encouraged to save for tomorrow and all that. Sometimes we've been through times when all your savings become nonsense because of some government policy. Then, over the years, bit by bit, people have become more confident in the economy, in investment and all that. And quite a number of people here today When they retired last year, last 2 years, they've put everything into government bonds. And now all of a sudden, it's a contract, isn't it? And you virtually want to, at gunpoint, force them to agree with you that the repayment or the yield of their investment should be as you dictated. As you dictated. Why? And at the same time, why are we in the mess we are in? Nobody has fully explained to us. Yes, debt. Okay, fine. We took debt. What was it used for? Where's the accountability? Exactly what was it used for? You're not telling us about how you're going to be able to make things better, but just like, help me and I help you. No, you help yourself first. Let me see you doing something serious. Because we've seen these sort of things too many times. I'm over 70 now, and I'm no longer a government employee. My mouth has been ungagged, and I'm talking and I'm saying what I feel. And it's important that the elderly in this nation should be respected. One, I find this wicked, I find it disrespectful, I find it unlawful, I find it totally wrong, period. Because you don't solve your problems by sacrificing your aged. That's the last thing you should do, especially when you don't have any services that are specially geared at the comfort and the relief of the aged. The national insurance system has virtually collapsed. The elderly are buying their medications at normal commercial prices. And I know a lot of people who have told me that they have timed the way they did their investments so that at least every month there's something for them to be able to cover their medical bills with. Now people are asking pharmacists, oh, can I, is it safe for me, instead of 2, can I take 1 a day? Or if instead of 1, can I take half a day? How long can I continue like that before having a bad effect on me? Should it come to that after years of faithful service to the nation? So the Minister of Finance had better go back to the drawing board and come back with a better proposal, because otherwise nobody is going to. I'm encouraging people not to agree to sign up to anything. Yes, and if need be, we can all go to court. That's all. A contract is a contract and it has to be respected. And if you want to renegotiate it, come to the table, one, with humility, and come with a yesable proposition, not take it or leave it. Yes, it's all of us, it's our duty to shore up our economy. But that we voted government into power to take care of our economy. So we should see where the due diligence is. To lend you money, please. We should come again. This doesn't start, it's a non-starter. So that's it. Well, I'm not speaking to the president. He has appointed somebody to take care of our money. And I remember when Kenoforiata was first appointed in 2017. I remember a statement he made that he sees his responsibility as Minister of Finance to protect the public purse. If you've not protected the public purse, why should it be us who should do that? We are singing the anthem. Forever, the cause of freedom and of right. As we through humility make us cherish fearless honesty and help us to resist oppressors' rule with all
to resist oppressors, do with all I will and might forevermore. General Assassini. General Assassini. Eya body de mayen. Mujana na no sheku yari to omayen. Edume de wososo. Say ye bia traso. Indian traso koto krane ne fese minya. Ediem bremuda maya sasimundo atumse. Omanu sereye yo. Omanu sereye yo. Eyese na ose. Omafu brane shre. Omanu sereye yo. Omanu sereye yo. Eyese na ose. Omafu brane shre.
Threatened with all kinds of interferences. No, I could not really sit by. Yes, and so I felt I had to come. Yes, and I wish more people this age have come, or for that matter, even more young people. There are a number of young people who are here. They are our grandchildren, if nothing at all. If we've got something, they too on their birthday, they'll get something valuable from us. But at the same time, we also need to protect their future, so that they, when they become our age, will also will have sufficient confidence in their nation to invest in the nation. We've already invested a lot in this nation. We've invested our health, we've invested our youth, we've invested our time as pensioners. We worked faithfully, and that is why we earned pensions. And we cannot be treated with so much. And even the way it's been handled, for me, that's the other thing, because I have a legal background. I was once a judge. And if all the proposals, 1,001 flip-flops and changes and this way and backwards and forwards proposals from the government, if I don't understand, how can the ordinary person understand? But because I also understand, I know that all the proposals they've been making are not based on legality. It's a contract. At the end of the day, that's all that it is. And when I owe somebody, the most I can do is to try and see if they will agree to change the terms of our agreement. But you cannot shove it down our throats, and you cannot insist that because you think you cannot afford it, I should accept whatever you want me to do. No, they cannot do that. As administrators, they should rather be looking at parts of what they are in place to do, what they get paid to do, where they can cut on expenditure, they can cut on waste. They have not even come to prove to us where they've identified wastage and what is being done about it. You and I, you walk around and you see a lot of waste all along. And we don't want to do anything, and you want me to take a haircut. I don't know, with a little bit of hair left on my head, I want it on my head. I'm not going to take a haircut. And I'm not encouraging any Ghanaian to take a haircut. Patriotism is on various levels. And I think most of us have already chalked 99% of patriotism at this time in our lives. So don't let some young whippersnapper come and tell us to cut our expenditure and things like that. And it's not even as if most pensioners are living in luxury. All they've done is to shore up their monies in such a way that that added to their money, if they are earning pensions from their former places of employment, how they can have room to maneuver. Who said old age has to end up in poverty? It shouldn't. And it is because of that that people invested. And so, because a long time ago, an auntie of mine, who everybody used to call auntie, even in the village where she used to, she said, yes, it's because I've built a nice house in the village. Even though I live there by myself, everybody calls me auntie. If I was living here in poverty, they'll call me a witch. Yes. So we don't want to be dependent grandparents and old people. We want to be self-reliant, and that is why these investments were made. That's all. So they should stop. They should come again. And even then, all that they should come again to tell us is that they're not touching our pensions. That's all. There's nothing else to be done about it.
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Mr. Speaker, so whatever we have here is indicative of what is expected to be done. Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between a business committee's report and another paper. You can rush to the rooftop and shout if you see it on another paper when you have not been engaged.
Mr. Speaker, Kwame Agoja is still going through baptism. We'll confirm you soon. You are not at the back there. You are not at the front. When I'm on my feet, you keep quiet and listen to me. You keep quiet and listen to me. If you want a point of order, get Mr. Speaker's audience. Look, you are not at the back. You are not a backbencher. This is not what you do at the front bench. You don't do this at the front bench. Your leader is on his feet.
So get Mr. Speaker's attention first before you respond. This is not the behavior at the front bench. This is not what you do here.
Can I have some order, please?
You need the attention of Mr. Speaker.
You are on your feet. Honorable, you are on your feet. You are addressing
Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet.
Please continue and address me. You are addressing me on a matter. Continue and address me. Please. Disregard any asides. If I give anybody the floor, I'll ask you to sit down. Please.
Leader, let's suspend for some minutes. He just called and said,
Mr. Speaker, we are not dealing with an other people. Mr. Speaker, we are not dealing with an other people. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with a business committee report. Mr. Speaker, we don't need to split hairs over this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when your brother disagrees with you and you believe in the solution, you grant him a temporal relief so that you get on board and so. Today is Friday. Mr. Speaker, I would want to yield to the views expressed that we place the issue of the CI on ice for now. Yes. Get it done. So we place it on ice for now. So subject. Mr. Speaker, when you want to agree with them too, it's a matter. So, Mr. Speaker, we agree with the issues raised, and that we are going to place the issue, we'll place that issue on ice. And then, Mr. Speaker, as per minority leader submission, the majority leader had indicated to him that we would engage. Yes, sir. So, subject to the outcome of the engagement, we may have a supplementary, report. No. Subject to the outcome of the engagement. I'm saying that for now, we'll place it on ice. Yes, in other words, placing it on ice means that it will be part of the report. Place it on ice. So, Mr. Speaker, we are placing that matter on ice so that we can proceed with the report. And then, Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the majority leader, which indication minority leader has confirmed, we will engage and come to some, then we proceed on the matter. Mr. Speaker, I do not think that it is also proper to make certain statements, especially when these matters are trivial. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, we may be coming here and we may be quoting ourselves on matters that are not meant for public consumption. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has been in leadership for long, and I pray that in future, matters that have been discussed, okay, which discussion, no, what you said about the majority chief whip, that he said, no, please, Ahmed, let's make some progress. It's not appropriate for you to say that for the record. He has never said that in Parliament. So please, Ahmed, it's our duty to guide the House, guide Mrs. Speaker, assist him. Please, let not be said by you any longer. Mr. Speaker, again, the majority
leaders think that we will deal with business statement as a business statement. But the first meeting is the leaders themselves who are disrespecting everything we agreed upon. It makes it difficult for me to regulate the House, because the Speaker leaders who agreed with me how it should go are the first set of people disregarding all the things we agreed upon. I find that very distasteful. And if leaders will not assist the chair to regulate the meetings, we can have no proper business. Please conclude and let's proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to plead with my colleagues on the other side that just as the business committee, for the time being, has accommodated the majority chief whip, the deputy minority leader, and the minority leader to sit in business committee, though officially we have no reconstituted committees. If we want to go in the stricter sense of raising issues of procedure and law, maybe we will say that we will not make progress. So I'll plead with them. We are accommodating each other, not strictly on procedure, but for the House to function and function effectively. So, Mr. Speaker, I will plead again that when there are such issues, let's discuss it. And as Mr. Speaker said, we are to assist him. And if the front bench is splitting heads, what will become of those our followers? Should we say we will not allow the three to sit at business committee meeting? Yet they have been sitting and contributing. Is it part of our rules? Have we reconstituted the committee? Does that mean that whatever we did is illegal? Does that mean that whatever we did was illegal? They participated. So please, please, there must always be a give and take. But we on this side, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, agree to place the matter. It's not to expunge it. Place the matter on ice. Mr. Speaker, unless they want a Shiloh victory, please let's make progress. I'm saying that we are placing it on ice, subject to the indication by the majority leader to engage. You said so. To engage you. Based on the outcome of that engagement, we'll take a decision on the CI. That's it. Mr. Speaker, I submit without more.
Yes, leader. Do you have any other matter on the business statement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, it is obvious that the business statement that was presented does not reflect the business statement we agreed on at the business committee meeting. Second, Mr. Speaker, when I inquired from the clerks, I was informed that the leader called them on phone for them to add the CI to the business statement. Mr. Speaker, that is not the way we work. Mr. Speaker, the leader cannot call the clerks and insert things that are not this committee agenda. That is wrong. And I'm surprised that the clerks also obeyed. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. Our colleagues have not dealt with us in good faith. What was agreed is not what is reflecting here. And if that is the way they are going to go, cooperation will suffer, certainly. And if you really want to work with us, Mr. Speaker, please, and please again, work with us in good faith. Your conduct this morning has taught us the way to work with you, and we will do just that going forward. Mr. Speaker, I can also not agree that this matter should be put on ice. It was not part of the business committee meeting. And so, Mr. Speaker, he moved that this should be adopted. The only thing we will agree here and now is when he moves another motion that page 4, item III, delete. If you delete it from the business committee for this week, Mr. Speaker, we will agree to it. Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is that they should simply delete it and let's engage properly on this matter before you bring it here. Mr. Speaker, please, we want to work together in the interest of this country. Let no one create impressions that we are walk over. Mr. Speaker, let no one create impression that we on this side are walk over. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow them to walk over us by smuggling things that has never been agreed at the business committee meeting. Mr. Speaker, we'll resist this today, we'll resist it tomorrow if they fail to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable leaders, something has stood out of the discussion so far. The minority is that at the business committee, item 4C was not part of the business arranged for the week, and that they do not accept that as part of the business agreed to perform. The majority deputy leader says, yes, it was intended that it will be discussed before it is presented. What it means is that it will not deny that it was not part of the business agreed for. So I think to make the way forward, the business committee, if you look at order 56, 1 and 2, says you can bring another statement if you agree. So what has not been agreed should be excluded. If you discuss and you agree, the leader can bring another statement on what has been agreed. So I think to make the way forward, let's exclude what was not part of the business arranged for the week and proceed with what has been arranged for the week. I so direct. Yes, leader. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in agreement with, you want to say something? You want to say something?
Just let me hear you.
I believe that you resolved the matter the way you put it, and that's the point I was making earlier. So, Mr. Speaker, we should make progress in line with what you've just directed.
Yes.
The Speaker, just to say a big thank you to you for your leadership. The Speaker, we have said that we are ready to work in the interest of the country. And the Speaker, it is important to know that our colleagues must learn to engage properly on issues. And we are ready if they engage us properly. And so going forward, Mr. Speaker, we have to learn from this and not to spring surprises any longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, if you are talking about engagement, it's fine. But don't say we should learn to engage. Mr. Speaker, if we do not know how to engage, would it allow you to sit in business committee meeting when you are not a member? You are not a member of the business committee.
Honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, but we allow you to sit in
progress?
Because we've engaged you, because we want cooperation. So, Mr. Speaker, for now,
shall we make progress, please?
Yeah.
Shall we make progress?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we are making progress, but it shouldn't be one-sided.
If we don't learn to overlook some of the
we should learn to engage them. That's not fair at all. Mr. Speaker, it is not fair to use certain words to describe your colleagues in leadership. That we should learn to engage. If we don't know how to engage, we wouldn't say let's sit and work together, pending the reconstitution of the committees. So please, let's be mindful of our choice of words. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I have nothing more to add.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there should be any split hairs on this matter. But the honourable member, I want it to be very clear. Any member of parliament has a right to sit on any committee, frankly speaking. And so it's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is that we've all agreed that what was inserted in must be deleted, and so we can make progress. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is the way to go. Thank you.
If the leaders are done, I can proceed. Very well. Any more comments? Then please, the comments should be on the business statement. We agreed, let me announce this. We agreed that issues relating to what ought to have been on a statement which is not there should go to the leaders. They should not be matters as part of commentary is what is on before us. If you think that something has been left out, tell your leaders who are members of the committee. They can reconvene and bring another proof. That's why I drew your attention to other 54 sub 2. So please, the committee should be on what is before us. Thank you. Yes, Honorable, I'll come to you.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my comment on the business statement is premised on item number 4, page 2 of the report of the business committee. Mr. Speaker, last week, no, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, it was on Tuesday this week, we raised an urgent matter relating to the Honorable Minister responsible for briefing this House on the domestic debt exchange program. The Right Honorable Speaker, after listening to us, gave a clear ruling on the matter that the Honorable Minister for Finance should appear before us on Tuesday. I see here, Mr. Speaker, that under policy brief on the domestic debt exchange program, the Honorable Minister for Finance has indicated to leadership that he will rather appear before us on Thursday the 16th, and that he has a prior commitment. We are not told what that commitment is. And Mr. Speaker, we indicated on Tuesday, and I think there was a certain consensus across the aisle, that this matter is of urgent nature. We even wanted him to appear before us this week because of how urgent it is. The Speaker, having regard to the fact that the Finance Minister had not given indication about his availability this week, said it should be on Tuesday.
Member for, I
Now,
think it's the
Mr.
same
Speaker,
matter related to the Business Committee have programmed this for Thursday. I don't have the power to change it. Kindly deal with the leaders once they have brought us a date. I can't change it. What they had, I was not a member of the committee. So please, let's not reopen this matter here. If there's any other comment, I'll be glad to hear it. But please, what they have programmed it for Thursday, that is the decision of the Business Committee. Thank you.
No, Mr. Speaker, it appears you are not getting my trajectory. The point I'm making is that the Speaker's directive is for the Minister to appear on Tuesday. And that's not what we see here. We are seeing Thursday. So it appears the Speaker's ruling is not being respected. That's the point I'm making. Because this is an urgent matter.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to Asabo colleague, the Speaker's directive was that the Business Committee should arrange the Minister for Finance for Tuesday. And you know, the Business Committee, in arranging the business for the week, we consulted the availability of the Minister for Finance as to whether he will be available within the week. And he said he's outside the jurisdiction and he will do whatever possible to appear before us on that day. That's why we shifted from Tuesday to that day. It is not coming. We are not varying. The Speaker gave the Business Committee the power to go and arrange for the Minister to come. And we have arranged for him to come on Thursday.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records, and I believe a lot of people read the Hansard as well as whatever comes out of this house. Mr. Speaker, some few minutes ago, a minority leader made an allegation that at the Business Committee meeting, issues that has found itself in this, our business statement, was not discussed, and therefore accused the clerk's office that the clerk's office has inserted something that was not supposed to be inserted. Mr. Speaker, it should be addressed, and you as the presiding officer.
I will.
Thank you very much.
That will be the last thing I'll do after.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Well, not you. I gave it to the fire. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, reading the business statement to the House, my respected leader made mention of attribute some activity to my question, and then which intend imputing my ability of asking questions at the floor of the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, when you ask questions, it passes through a procedure and be accepted by the Speaker before it comes to the order paper, before we ask the question. But in my constituents get hold of this, it will feel like I don't know how to ask questions, and I think it's imputing my integrity, and I don't want that to, because one of the questions is asking about erecting marks, for community, and one is asking about rural telephony. So there are two different questions. For a leader to be on the floor to raise this issue, imputing my impunity, I don't think the leader is being fair to me, and I want to raise this on the floor. That aspect of the statement, I kindly ask to be expunged from the record. Thank you very much.
You're right. The leader was not entitled to comment on your question. That comment, I direct that be expunged from the record. Yes, Malinov.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I first of all want to say, without disregard to your guidance, I just will wish to make an appeal for the consideration of the Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the Business Committee report, and I was hoping that I will find an urgent question for the Minister for Foreign Affairs. I could have also chosen that option, Mr. Speaker, but I do know.
If you have another matter, move on. But for
Mr.
now,
Speaker,
kindly talk to the
Mr.
leaders.
Speaker,
We have asked them to reconvene and bring another matter.
Yes, so Mr. Speaker, since I'm already airborne, if you don't let me land well,
no, please.
I will crash land.
To become the norm.
Mr. Speaker,
no, please.
Mr. Speaker, it has to
ask
deal.
Another question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What happened in Turkey may not be covered, Mr. Speaker, but it has also resulted in so many Ghanaians being stranded, especially footballers and students. Mr. Speaker, I think that it will be important for the Minister for Foreign Affairs to, as a matter of urgency, this week, get programmed by the Business Committee.
If you be a little patient, I've admitted a statement on that matter, so you can add your voice when the statement is read.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The business statement, excluding the reference to the laying of EI, that is item 2 IE. Yes, Honorable, do you want to comment on the business? But I was going to bring a conclusion on the matter.
Mr. Speaker, not really to comment, except as I was monitoring, even though we are at a board meeting, just to indicate that nothing has been done in bad faith. Really, the CIA was supposed to come this week, but we stood it down because we needed to engage when the dust has settled on the leadership matter. Now, yesterday we met. I met with the Honorable Dr. Dominic Ayini. And we needed to see the minority leader. The minority leader was not present. So we said we still stand it down and have further engagement. If it's not programmed, even for this, when we have finished with the discussion, they cannot be presented. That's why we put it there. And we hope that by the time we get there, we'd have resolved any outstanding issue. The Speaker, the other matter that is also not expressed here, which we may have to deal with, the board is having some meetings, require the presence of the minority leader. And I just indicated that we need to come with a report on the inclusion of the minority leader on the board for decisions, critical decisions to be taken. Now, it's not been factored in this. But just now, I indicated to the Speaker that we need to do this quickly because decisions are being taken. And so certainly you're going to find that included in the business statement for next week. It's not herein expressed. But if it's done, it will be done in good faith. And nothing will be done on the blind side of the other side. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the majority leader. I think that the issues raised. The first one, the bus already left the station rude on it, it's okay. But the second issue is a very important one. I can assure him that it's something that is really urgent and we'll be engaging him on that. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, subject to the deletion of item 2IIIE, the business statement for the ensuing week is hereby adopted. Now, can I make this comment about the comments being made by the clerks? Now, this is a statement from the majority leader. It's signed by majority leader. The clerks may do everything that the chairman of the committee will instruct them to do. But it doesn't mean that it is the work of the clerk. So it is unfair to make comments mentioning the name of the clerk to the business committee, some suggesting that it should be moved. Particularly with the media hanging around here listening to us, it is extremely unfair when we make comments about people without reference to what they have done or what they have not done. So I suggest that in making all our comments, us amongst and between us, we are cool. If you attack me and I want to respond, I know how to. But they are not permitted to get involved in the things you do. So I encourage us to stop bringing in the clerks. They work to our instructions. If there are errors, the error of the chairman or the members of the committee and not the clerks. Thank you very much. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, leaders, I want to draw our attention to something, a publication in the newspaper called Informer. Yes. I don't know who is the editor, but he said something and alludes that the former majority leader, Honorable Haruna Edusu and I have conspired to undermine the new leadership and so on. The headline suggests something like that. I wish I knew the reporter of that newspaper here. I don't know how come the conspiracy, and they even bring in Mr. Speaker. We conspired when Mr. Speaker left the chair and we tried to undermine the new leadership. The radio reports that are going on, if I share the kind of calls I'm getting from our constituency, you'll marvel how people take these things we take for granted back there in the constituency. So we should be very careful the kinds of things we put out because they generate another kind of heat outside of here. I will not bring this one to the privileges committee, but I'll find the reporter and coach him as to how to report from Parliament. Accusations are not adult health. Yes, Honourable Chiefwood.
Speaker, I thank you for indulging me. Speaker, a while ago, my colleague, Honourable Ahmed, had made an allegations against me. And I think for the records, Speaker, with respect, I have to clear that. There is nowhere that I had said that the current leadership is weak and therefore we can smuggle things into this parliament. That is wild and most unfounded. All my commentaries, all my commentaries have sought to show deference and respect to the current leadership, particularly the minority leader. It's most unfair. I don't know why he would do that. So, Speaker, it's unfortunate he is not in the chamber. He needs to apologize to me. I will not accept this. It's either he's a sponge from the records or sedate on what he said. I never, Speaker, with respect, I respect my colleagues. We work as a team. I have never said anything close to that. It's most unfortunate. No, but he said it. Why would Honourable Ahmed make such allegations against my personality? I've never said anything like that. And so I take strong exceptions to it. It's either the matter, the allegations are spawned from the records, or he must come and explain. He must come and elucidate on that allegation. It's most unfair.
Very well. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for commenting on a reportage in sections of the media regarding what happened on the floor yesterday.
Let me read out the headline again. The Herald. Bitter Haruna Idrisu lies against new leadership, minority leadership, new minority leadership. Video and pictures expose political mischief planned with first Deputy Speaker in Babin's absence. That is the headline, and he puts my photograph there. I don't know how I come into any such thing, either. So now you may make your comment.
Honourable Speaker, indeed, since Monday, there have been various publications on social media and in the media that sought to create wrong impressions as to what happens in this House. Indeed, one of our colleagues from the other side, a deputy minister, is on record to have organized a press conference and suggested that the members of the Northern Region Caucus are reliably informed that our side of the House attempted locking out our respected former leader out of his office. Mr. Speaker, that one we met the honourable member and he apologized that he was just doing politics. So we left it there. I think the same time, a publication about the fact that our colleagues have been taking off 7 committees. Mr. Speaker, it's in line with exactly what you are saying. Mr. Speaker, you can obviously see that we have made decent provision for our respected former leader and the member of Parliament for Tamale South, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, exactly where I'm told even Honorable former leader, Honorable Papa Uso Ankuma used to sit. So it is not true that we haven't made any provision for Honorable Haruna. That is his seat and everybody can see it. Mr. Speaker, I sympathize with you, but that is just one occasion. You have to sympathize with her because on 3 occasions we have been suggested to have done things that
I have endured a lot more previously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I agree with you that sadly the reportage does not come from the parliamentary press corps. The people reporting these things do not come from the pool of the very professional parliamentary press corps we have. So indeed, maybe we need to reach out beyond the parliamentary press corps to educate people as to how transitions go on in Parliament. And together we can carry the country along. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for making the comment, and we can work together to make this work better for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I think we shall proceed. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to follow the newly baptized minority chief whip. Mr. Speaker, I think what I would say to it is that members of Parliament in particular should refrain from attacking one another, especially when it is not based or predicated on any useful information. I've also been at the back of the gun from colleagues on the other side. James also is not working to bring the House together. And yet the record is there. For me, working closely with the leadership, especially the minority leader. When you work closely with the minority leader, then the minority leader has sold out to the majority. And you have members from the other side or members of this House speaking to it. It's not good enough to building parliamentary democracy. The majority leader necessarily must work with the minority. And I'm expanding the frontiers. I keep saying that I was never invited to the office of any former majority leader. Should the status quo remain? No. Especially at this time. And even when we were 169, these steps were initiated
to build bridges because the House does not belong to the majority caucus. Regardless of the numbers, it belongs to all of us. We must all pull together. Mr. Speaker, let me rest the case there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the minority front bench to Order 1601. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I read. There shall be a business committee consisting of 20 members and composed of the majority leader as chair and the whips of the parliamentary parties and others. Mr. Speaker, I'm drawing this attention because the minority leader, in his statement that the majority leader was not at the business committee meeting and signed the report to draw the attention that the minority leader and the deputy are not automatic members of business committee. They should do the right thing to be members. They are equally. Yesterday meeting, they were visitors to the meeting.
Honorable Leader,
they are not members of the committee.
I resolved that matter. So let's move on. Now, statements. Statements. I have admitted 3 statements, but I'll take 1 out of 10. I admitted that this morning is about the demise of a colleague, former member of parliament. That is to be read by the honorable member for Ahafanu South, Ahafanu North, Honorable Suleiman Adamusari. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, with respect, I'll seek your leave. I've related appropriately to leadership that we vary the order. Of business. Speaker, with respect, fleetingly, and go on to public business. After which we'll come back and take statements. Speaker, with respect. Speaker, I know you want to.
You have not given me any reason why we should vary the order of business.
Speaker, we have agreed. There's an agreement.
Well, that is not a reason.
There's an agreement.
You have agreed with him, but that's no reason why we should vary the order of business. I think that we should listen to the statements relating to particularly our former colleague. I entered Parliament with him, sitting at that end, speaking American language to the charging of Madam Speaker at the time. So I insist that we proceed.
I would defer to you on any day. So such that the motions are critical, and hence I am entreating and making pleadings to you that we vary the order of business and take these motions, after which we can take the statement. So that they are of urgent nature.
Yes, Honorable. Sorry, the Chief Whip is on the feet.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on principle, we agreed that that particular motion will be taken today at conclave. So we have no objection to that. But he's making a further application for you to vary the order of the day for him to do that before the statement. But that's entirely in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to explain something Joy FM has been putting on social media for some time, for which yesterday my constituent kept calling me about it. They put on record that because Honorable Haruna refused to sit at where Honorable Collins' daughter sat, I was going to be changed. I mean, my seat was going to be changed for him. And it's all over. My constituents are calling me and wondering what was happening. I just want to explain the situation. When the issue came about what to do with Collins' daughter, I explained to the leadership that Collins' daughter was sitting here and was moved to that point. And then I was asked to sit here. And then, against my will, because I wasn't consulted, so I still wanted my seat. So I explained to them that if Collins' daughter is taken out of this seat, he should still come and take his seat, because that's the original seat for him, and this is my original seat. And so when, the issue came up and needed Haruna to be sat I still said that he should still come and take the seat because that's not originally my seat. This is originally my seat. That was allocated to me and was subsequently given to him because Honorable Haruna said he wanted to have direct contact with him. And I didn't, disagree with that. So it is not that I'm belittled and therefore my seat is changed, that the opposition guys in my place are taking it up over and saying all the things they are saying. And I kept saying, if I had to change my seat for the goodness of NDC and even taking at the back, I would still be happy to do that. Because the one thing we all are looking for is to win 2024 elections, not about seats at all. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just to explain this.
Yes. We appear to be now being ruled by the radio in particular, because their comments are more than the news. And it is the comments they make which now informs people's thinking. They often obliterate the facts. And I sympathize with you. If I should share some of the calls I've gotten from chiefs and things from our constituency about the fear they are expressing that I should not go back to my seat. But this is as a result of the kind of comments that the radio people are making over there. So let's learn to live with this. And here's leader. Now, so which item do you propose we start with?
Speaker, the commencement of public business, we're taking item 11. Item 11 on page 5. Speaker, with your leave. Page 5, item 11.
Very well. Item 11, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 11 on today's order paper be taken now, and in the process, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, it's in connection with a $7 million facility for the implementation of the Ghana Forest Investment Program under the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, being additional financing. So, Speaker, the terms of the facility are indicated under paragraph 4 of your committee's report. It's an on-lending facility, and the committee's observations are captured under paragraph 6. The main recommendation of the committee, the Speaker, being that government should consider lowering the interest at which the facility will be extended to the beneficiaries, since it's an on-lending facility. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, upon that recommendation, the committee recommends to this House to adopt this report and approve the facility for the intended purpose. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that was moved by the chairman of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, for the record, this is not a loan. This is a loan that government of Ghana has taken long ago, of which government of Ghana wants to on-lend to people that are engaging in plantation investment. Mr. Speaker, government of Ghana took a loan from the World Bank 2 years ago, and that loan is worth $7 million. That loan was for the purposes of encouraging forestry investment. And so government of Ghana is giving that loan to individuals engaging in forestry plantation. Mr. Speaker, the money must be recovered because those plantations will be sold, and when they sell it, they will make revenue or profit. And so government has a responsibility in ensuring that we get the money back. And in doing so, the government has decided to unlend this amount to the individuals that are going to benefit from that very loan that government took some years ago. Mr. Speaker, I think it's laudable. I believe that state agencies and individuals that benefit from the loans that the country contracts must be made to repay these loans back, so that in future, when times arise that we have to repay this loan, we can have those money back to repay. So, Mr. Speaker, we can avoid the current situation that we are not able to repay our loans. And now we have to go through domestic debt restructuring and external debt restructuring and all of that. I think it is something that we should learn from. And deepen the on-lending principles, particularly the policy. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Ministry of Finance to bring a policy to this House for approval on on-lending, Mr. Speaker, because that is what countries do. When you take a loan, you should have a mechanism to repay back these loans. Unlike in the past, when we take a loan, the individuals take the loan and they don't repay back, and it becomes the burden of the taxpayer. Speaker, clearly what is happening is giving us an opportunity to depart from what we used to do in the past. And so, Speaker, I think it's something that we should all support and encourage those that are going to benefit or have already benefited from the $7 million to repay this loan, so that in future, that money can be used as a revolving fund for others to also benefit from the tree plantation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion and commend the respected minority leader speaking to the truth, the trust of what this facility is seeking to do. And Speaker particularly mentioned the fact that globally concerns about deforestation, climate change, and the rise in temperature, this has an incidence and interface with this facility. And therefore, one will have to commend government for such an intervention, particularly where ultimately it will play positively into the RED Plus concept and the carbon trade. And then Ghana as a country can rake in billions of dollars when we have all our forests covered, developed, and then the carbon trade concept, Ghana can take a full advantage of it. So it's very refreshing, and I can only commend the Finance Committee for a good work done. Speaker, I encourage members to support the adoption of this report. I thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now I'll move to item 12, the resolution by the Honourable Minister for Finance. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, if I may seek your leave for it to be done by the dutiful Deputy Minister of Finance.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any objection to that, but we always encourage our colleague, just tell us where the substantive minister is. Then you can go ahead and make an application for the deputy. Yes, the deputy is diligent, is our colleague, but she's not the minister. So tell us where the finance minister is, then we can give you a line or two to tell us where she is.
Speaker, with respect, I almost assume my colleagues are carried along. The finance minister is out of jurisdiction. It's the reason why we had to change the day he has to come and brief the House on the debt exchange. So I thought you being leadership, you know about it, but forgive me, he's out of jurisdiction.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 12 on pages 6 and 7 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, yes, who is seconding the motion?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion to adopt the resolution number 12 on page 6 and 7 of today's order paper has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. This House has adopted the resolution number 12 at page 6 and 7 of today's order paper. Item 13, motion. Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 13 on today's order paper be moved, and in the process submit your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, is in respect of waiver of import duty, import debt fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, EXIM levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of some 13,318,745 euros. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with officials from Finance, Ministry of Finance, and the relevant agencies, and recommends to this House to approve the request. But the committee is really requesting an amount of 12,872,242 euros to be approved. So, Speaker, the reason for the amendment to the figure is because, in accordance with the new tax regime, tax exemptions regime, the committee noted that COVID-19 levy should not have been included in the request. Accordingly, we reached an understanding with the ministry that the amount will be revised, and I take it again, from 318,745 euros be amended to 12,872,242 euros. Mr. Speaker, with this recommendation for amendment, the committee respectfully invites this House to approve this request for waiver so that the benefit would accrue to the people of the country. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. The honourable member for Bolga. Bolga East or West? Bolga Central. Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. But, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to make the point that we are very supportive of any effort to improve our health infrastructure. But the challenge we have now with this particular arrangement is that, as at the time we were considering this transaction, Ghana had not yet started the debt exchange program. And this facility was approved on the 12th April 2019. And we are not quite sure what is the status of drawdown of this facility and whether this facility will not be subject to the debt restructuring that is already ongoing. And in the event that this facility is affected by the debt restructuring, Mr. Speaker, the challenge is that we will just be approving a tax exemption for a contractor who basically will not use it, because the funding for the project will not be available, and the contractor will struggle to deliver the project. Unfortunately, we don't have any much information at this point in time whether the government has other alternative arrangements to ensure that this project goes on even after the debt restructure. In the absence of that, Mr. Speaker, we have no objection, but hope that the government will take steps to ensure that the funding that was approved is made available to the contractor to deliver on the project on time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you for speaking to this motion to approve tax waivers on this project. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the objectives of this project are well clear. Eastern region will get a modern regional hospital. The only concern I have is that, Mr. Speaker, on many occasions the committee comes with an attachment of the things we are waiving the taxes on. I keep repeating that it is quite challenging for the Finance Committee to understand when somebody is trying to get tax waivers on 5 bulldozers on a hospital project. The point is, how many hours do you need a bulldozer on a building site? So it is important that you add the breakdown of the things you are waiving the taxes on so that we can know whether it is relevant or not. Mr. Speaker, you also notice that the committee hardly goes back or comes back to tell us whether they have ever gone to any of the sites to ascertain whether what we have granted the taxes on is what they are using. Mr. Speaker, if you were to go to any of the construction sites, road, hospital, everything that we approve in this house, for foreign entities, Mr. Speaker, 95% of the contractors and operators on the site are. Yet, if you go and check the rates that we put in the document in terms of how much it costs and how much they pay these subcontractors, it's something we should do something about in terms of bringing value to our country. So is it the case that we feel that the money is coming from somewhere? So somebody pretends he's going to be the contractor, but when they get to Ghana, they don't show up at all. It's the Ghanaian contractor that does the work. But I think it's a bigger conversation we should have as a country. But Mr. Speaker, without saying much, I wish the next time the Finance Committee brings a report of tax waiver, they should attach the items on which we are waiving the taxes so that we can all see. The assessment. Yeah, the assessment. Yeah, thank you very much. The assessment. So that we can, they are not too bulky, sometimes 5, 10 pages, so that we can know. I trust that they have seen it, but for some of us, we are happier if we see that document attached, then we can be comfortable that. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage colleagues to support this so that we can give these waivers for the project to continue. Thank you for the opportunity.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item 14, resolution. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 14 on pages 8 and 9 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, who is Honorable Chairman? Are you seconding the motion for the?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. The motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting resolution numbered 14 on page 8 and 9 of today's order paper, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. This House has adopted the resolution number 14 on pages 8 and 9 of pages 8, 9, and 10 of today's order paper. I can now return to the statements. Is that right? Yes, very well. Back to statements. Honorable Member for Ahafano North, you may read a statement on the Honorable Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to read a tribute to the late Honorable Richard Akokon Adia, former Member of Parliament for Ahafano North constituency. With sadness, I render this tribute to one of our industrial sons who contributed his efforts at promoting constitutionalism and democracy in Ghana as far as the Fourth Republic is concerned, through his role as a technocrat and a politician. I'm talking about the late Honorable Richard Akokon Adia, former Member of Parliament for Ahafano North constituency of Ashanti region, who was called by his maker on the 30th day of September 2022 at the age of 67. He served as MP in the 5th Parliament of Ghana of the Fourth Republic. The late Honorable Adia, until his passing, was the Chief Executive Officer of Produce Buying Company after taking up the role in 2020. Honorable Adia, known for his American slangs, was a forthright and outspoken person with calm disposition. He was born on February 20, 1955. He hailed from Jahun in the Afano North municipality. He had his secondary education at Opoku Secondary School in Kumasi. He held a master's degree in public administration from Kennedy School of Government of Harvard University. In his working life as a technocrat, he worked as a chief finance officer of the United Nations Observer Mission in Georgia, UNOMIC. He later served as financial controller of Gehok Distilleries Company Limited, a position he held till his appointment as CEO of PBC in 2020. He ventured into politics when he could no longer contain his desire to represent his people and work at partnering government agencies and stakeholders in facilitating development for the constituency. He contested the MPP's parliamentary primaries in 2008 and defeated the then incumbent MP, the late Kwame Owusu-Frimpong. He went on to win the 2008 general elections on a ticket of MPP. He served a term in parliament between 2009 to 2013 after losing the 2012 parliamentary elections to the NDC's candidate, Honorable Akwasi Adusei, who won with a solitary margin of 423. Whilst in parliament, the late Honorable Adia served on the Social Welfare, Employment and State Enterprises Committee. He was a very active member of the committee. Representing the cocoa growing area, he took particular interest in cocoa affairs and was a strong advocate for yearly increase in producer prices for cocoa and better packaged cocoa farmers. He worked tirelessly to improve infrastructure in the constituency. Under his tenure, he utilized his MP's project funds for procurement of ambulance for the Tepa District, then Tepa District Hospital, constructed a girls' dormitory for the Tepa Senior High School, reshaped a number of feeder roads, among others. As an MP, Honorable Adia was noted for his open door policy, being very receptive to all sorts of ideas and suggestions from everyone, regardless of the person's background, circumstances, or political leanings. He was very accessible and respectful to his constituents. He had a special relationship with our chiefs and traditional leaders and the religious leaders. He kept a cordial working relationship with other political stakeholders, notably the assembly members and the DCE at the time, Honorable Adia Mankwa. Honorable Adia made it a duty to work with everyone and ensured that he maintained a good working relationship with all political and social players in the constituency. I had a personal relationship with him, and he supported me during my campaign in 2016, regardless of having to deal with the pain of losing the primaries to me. He nevertheless supported me throughout the campaign. That demonstrates his selflessness and loyalty to the party and his commitment to promoting democracy. Quite admittedly, the family of Honorable Adia will sorely miss him and will struggle to fill the void created by his demise in the affairs of the family. Our family will miss his leadership, senior citizen advisory role, and support for many. Honorable Adia was married with 4 children. He was a Christian and a member of Lighthouse Church International. To the family and the good people of Jahun and the entire Afano North constituency, I feel your pain and pray that our good Lord, our good comforting God, will strengthen all of us to deal with this painful loss. May God grant our departed patriots, Richard Adia, a peaceful resting place till we meet again. Journey peacefully, Senior, and as you are fond of saying at the end of every conversation, ciao to you. Your legacy lives on. Honorable Adia, them referred to you. Yamao Nantiye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The funeral is coming off tomorrow morning, tomorrow at the at Heroes Park at Babayara Stadium, Kumasi. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's where I rise to contribute and say one or few things in the statement by my colleague delivered and talked about my own friend, very good one, Honorable Edia. Mr. Speaker, the first time I met Honorable Edia was in this chamber after we won elections, and unfortunately for him, we went on to the other side of the political divide, I mean the opposition side. And we were all backbenchers at the time. We were sitting close to the last row. And I always remembered him. Why? Because he hailed from Tepa, in Ashanti region. But that part of Ashanti region apparently should have been part of Gro or Ahafo region now. So we were very close. And, Mr. Speaker, I did my national service at Achisco. And I was doing some little part-time in Tepa Secondary School because those days there were no enough adequate teachers for mathematics. So I knew Tepa a little bit. And the Tepa Mahine is my wife's classmate. So I know Tepa. And so Adia became a friend, not by default, by nothing. And one thing I remember him so much with was his eloquence and the phonetics and the language he displayed in the chamber.
The American language.
That earned him the name of Tepa Boni. Anytime he stood up, we were all listening to phonetics as if he was an Englishman, English from England, and certain parts at east part of England. He lost elections, he couldn't join us on this side, but he was working as a chief executive for Koko Abi, PBC. I never had occasion to be moving out with him, going out to see him, just like we were here in the chamber. But he's somebody that this house should always remember. You open the hands out, you will find his contributions in there. And he worked so hard for the party. To have won Tepa terrain around that time wasn't a very small feat. No wonder after him, we lost the seat to the NDC immediately after him, because the NDC is also that same area. But we must continue to remember him. We'll continue to pray for him that the good Lord puts him in the right place that will give him adequate rest and peace. As we also pray for longer life, but we will continue to live his memories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm looking at this side. There's only one person who may have known him, but he's not even paying attention. Honorable Deputy, former Deputy Leader. You remember Honorable Edia? All right, so you have a faint. If you remember his American English, I'm sure you'd have. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to read, to contribute to this tribute made by our colleague in memory of our former colleague who will be laid to rest tomorrow. Many of the things attributed to him here are very laudable. We are told he works closely with everybody in his constituency, including his political opponents. Very importantly, he works well with traditional authorities and makes his doors always open to everybody. We heard of, it appears he stayed in Parliament for only one term, and when he even lost the election, he continued to work for his party. And that is why today his own party would say these very good things about him. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the circumstances around the time he was MP in his area are quite interesting. The Minister of Health just told us the area is like a swing area. But when he won, he tried as much as possible to work with everybody. what is quite interesting is for our colleague to say that though he lost to an election, he wasn't shy of working closely with him, take him around. I think that is very courageous. Many of us, once we experience failure in one part of our life, we give up and feel that that is the end of the road. Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for whatever our colleague have done for his community, this house and the country. We pray to the Almighty God to give him rest in his good works, be remembered beyond him unto his family, and may others come after him and emulate his good works. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Majority Leader, do you want to comment? Do you want to comment on Honorable Dia? Otherwise, I was going to bring the curtain to a close. Very well. Colleagues, there are times that whether you like it or not, your life will come to an end. But in Akan, they say, Nipa bija ni ding na wamepenyinche, that every human being, you came to leave your mark. I don't know how long you live on earth, but the mark you leave. Honorable Dia was in this chamber for one term, but every one of us who was close to him at the time, we are all newcomers. But we enjoyed his company. He was friendly and was very welcoming.
And it's a pity that we lost him this early. Indeed, in 2021, he was very helpful in mobilizing support for some of the minister nominees during the vetting proceedings. So I pray that Honorable Edia may rest peacefully. Now it is a practice that we observe a minute silence in honor of any of our departed colleagues. So shall we observe a minute silence in honor of our late colleagues? May the soul of our departed colleague and the souls of all the faithfully departed rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Now, I'll invite Honorable Turkey and Syria. Here is Honorable Okudzeto Blakk.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to deliver a statement of solidarity to the government and people of Turkey and Syria following this week's devastating earthquake of cataclysmic proportions. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, 6 February 2023, just before Turks and Syrians would awake to go about their daily activities, a 7.8 magnitude quake hit just after 4 a.m. local time, sending tremors hundreds of miles and creating disaster zones on both sides of the Turkey-Syria border. The world soon became witnesses to the horrendous turn of events, particularly in Turkey, and the heart-wrenching images saddened the international community. Mr. Speaker, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan promptly announced 7 days of national mourning and declared a 3-month state of emergency in 10 of the country's provinces on Tuesday. It has been officially reported that more than 15,000 people, and Mr. Speaker, this is yesterday when the statement was being drafted. Today we are told the death toll has exceeded 20,000. Mr. Speaker, about 52,929 people, according to official figures, have been injured. According to the United Nations, 300,000 people have been displaced as a result of the disaster, and time is running out for many others who remain stranded under the rubble, awaiting an overwhelmed rescue crew. The WHO
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Thought it wise to do this collaboration. Somebody might also come, put in some money, do some big investments about anything Sarkodie wants to do, so that honestly me tap into Safi now leverage, and then here you are saying nonsense.
Hello and thanks for joining us for the maiden edition of E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV for the year 2023. I'm sure you missed that. Yes, we are back, and today we're having a conversation on Sarkodie's song. Okay, so on Bob Marley's song that features Sarkodie, which has actually been a topical issue, and that's because Blakk Rasta has been fighting almost everyone that passes a comment on his statement on why the Bob Marley's family decided to have this collaboration. This is what we are going to talk about today on the show E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa, yes, Medina Nsesai. I'm here with Olele Salvador. He is a journalist with 3 media networks, and then Vida Duchuma Boatin is also a journalist. And Bakuni Ede. Thanks for joining me on the show today.
You're welcome.
So, for me, I think, how did I even hear of the song? Through a tweet. Either Olele or Kwame Dazi, one of you first tweeted the song, and then I got to know about it. So I was eager to hear the song, and when I listened to it, well, I think it was a good song. I don't know about you. Vida, was it?
For me, I was happy about the Ghanaian factor, the Sarkodie factor that was added to the whole piece. At first, I was like, why this collaboration? Why this time? But then, maybe we want Ghana music to go out there, and these are some of the channels I think we are not say aye mediocre, aye anyhow collaborations into the real import of so when you be a cabo mayana you're relegating it to the background because the reason why you want to collaborate with someone is say a bit properly to the next level. Into if it's a inter-regional, not say inter-country collaboration, you are looking at leveraging on Nippon popularity will be free, you can get something out of it. But in Pempino, Ocean and Yonko studio, Chalayan Cambo, so originally, mostly any plan be why we are collaborating with Obi. And how I'll be to me leverage on Nippon a popularity so a din faso a bebro. So me quickly my Jane Koho said this is a big hit for Ghana. If anybody wants to know, because recently I think Shatta etu Kwanye Buzan said Ghana ye Jana ye kasa Dane and Yomni ya. He says he couldn't ID one thing ye. Inti se obianti ye din Dakar senior football edi akọ places no. I was thinking so obia or Bob Marley-Sarkodie will listen to this song and know say oh there's a certain country a friend of Ghana, there's a certain artist a friend of Sarkodie. Or your tongue twisting the reggae melodies na to assume. So the honor me focus and I didn't really think say it was going to bring about Bruha Habia instead of Shatta and Beyonce. I mean na and Shada in terms of genre of music, but we celebrated it. I was all for the celebration until I saw people tweeting here and there. Blakk Rasta minim say, on a Bob Marley and Musini or Ghana. I don't know what his problem was. I was firing left, right, center. I mean, it's as focus now shifted from say who say, well, this is a total celebration. I was seeing was a Ghana music a drum pempen so be even Mali Bushia for cry recognizing I feel that baby. And I think he's enjoying it because a man for 4 corner repertoire mo ekakoshes on okra nyombena why a man in yasa locus now they can their okan na Chinese song be
the Africa song
mean obi language mean disrespect ebi ana o tufo.
Oh, but that song is a good song. That part, you see, people have taken him out of context. Like as we could to a hono keke now they can't say tachi tichacho.
It's a good song.
It's a good song.
Chinese, not saying
no ti o say Ghana no, you say Africa no, bibia ya fam rofo de. Any ye ja ye de no. It is everything about us we don't like. You understand? And instead of yebeye ni yebe boaye no, bibia na emrofono to the extent that even our songs, we don't want to sing our songs anymore. We don't want to speak our language anymore. And the Chinese have taken over, and now we are speaking Chinese song. We are singing their. So that is. Also, munko busa stone boy. No, so much putu nasi.
Wow. Oh, see me funny one way. Oh, question why I be must say I don't know the tree rap. I mean. Sarkodie in a legendary status, no, the delivery why I'm an artist status, no. So if he feels say what people are done for or replicated something on the tracker, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Olele, do you think the whole Blakk Rasta conversation, his tweet to the Bob Marley's family has actually shifted the attention or how we could have leveraged the collaboration? Oh, yes. Or it is rather fun in it?
No, regardless of however you look at it, it wasn't anything to be positive about. Telling them that as a desecration of Bob Marley's legacy was uncalled for. I would want to believe and understand that maybe, you know, Blakk Rasta arguably is one of the media personalities in this country that has always championed reggae music with all the platforms he's found himself on, you know, from wherever it was, xylophone to class to now 3FM. He's always championing reggae music. But I don't think he makes him the gatekeeper of, you know, who should be on what and what should be on that. Do you get what I'm saying? Because we know his repertoire, we've seen his track record. And if he's still going to be trapped in that space where he thinks music is just going to be kept to one genre, then he's missing out. Beyonce did a whole EDM album, and that album, you know, won at the Grammys. We could have said Beyonce is an R&B. She should just stick to R&B. She did a whole Afrobeats album where she put Burna Boy and Shatta Wale on there. You know, so music and collaborations have evolved away from just being who you are and representing a particular genre to becoming more collaborative. You know, and that is what I was hoping someone of his, you know, his standard, his status would understand, you know, because even reggae music as we hear it today wasn't like the reggae music of yesterday. You know, the pop cans and the likes are doing reggae dance, so different from what it was yesterday. So I would have hoped and believed that, you know, Blakk Rasta should have seen some positive with all the things he said, whether it's to defend the genre or it's just to add his voice to the conversation. He hasn't really been critical about the things he said. When I mean critical,
he says Sarkodie is one way. He
hasn't been objective. Rap. What I mean, he has been objective.
You don't think Sarkodie is one way?
At that point in time, regardless of whether Sarkodie is one way or not, that is not the focus. Like she said, when Shatta Wale did a song with Beyonce, everybody thought, how would a Shatta Wale and Beyonce collaboration be like? Imagine if Shatta did not have an NDA and we heard it in the grapevine that Shatta was going to song Beyonce. The conversation would be like, Shatta Wale. Freedom, Shatta with a Beyonce. It wasn't going to make sense. But the people involved saw the need to push Shatta on the Beyonce record, and it made sense. Do you get what I'm saying? So regardless of whether he rapped in English, whether it was one way, whether the most important thing is the handlers of his music, which is Bob Marley's music, and the family had a conversation, and they said, according to Sarkodie, he said, we want you to speak in your native language. That is why we are doing this project. We don't want you to come and speak a language that we already know, which is English. We know you to be a tree-speaking rapper, and we want you to bring that flair on the song. And Sarkodie did what he had to do, and that's it. Case closed. Conversation has ended. Really.
But with, I mean, with your explanation and Blakk Rasta's posture and the way some people are coming at him, do you think that we are also, so to speak, correcting the wrong with a poisonous vibe or narrative? The way people are attacking him and going
attacking
to
Blakk Rasta,
Blakk Rasta, yes, going to dig his repertoire and trying to say that. I mean, if you are even saying he does funny songs.
I mean, Tai Chi is a funny song. if you're being honest, I remember when Shasha Mali's Matter came out. It was later, years later, we realized that there was actually a message in that record, because he was talking about, you know, voyages and stuff like that. But you see, Blakk Rasta is an intellectual person, right? And this is where I like to, you know, just differ away from some of the comments that have come up. Of course, there have been comments that have been direct attacks on him, which I don't subscribe to, because he has opened the conversation for an intellectual discourse. Do you get what I'm saying? That is why I'm saying that at some point in time, we need to look. The reason why people went beyond the Tai Chi Chacho to actually look for a real song, and now the conversation has changed from, oh, it's not a funny song, it's actually a meaningful song, is where I want to focus on. Because at the end of the day, you are dealing with someone who knows his stuff. You get me? He has followed reggae music for a very long time, so he knows his stuff. So if you're going to come to Blakk Rasta, you need to come to him correct. I don't really subscribe to personal attacks when it comes to conversations on music. And talk your facts, come with your facts, and then let's also hear Blakk Rasta's facts, and then we can have an intellectual discourse. Most often in Ghana, when these conversations come up, you don't really hear a lot of conversations that progress either the topic or the subject. It's often personal attacks, and we lose out on some of these things. Blakk Rasta has been on a rant, all right. When I saw the first Blakk Rasta rant on this particular subject, I just thought to myself, you know, there's some people, they are religious followers of a particular genre. It's their religion. You get it? So it's like the way Christians hold on to gospel music. A Christian may not see a Sarkodie and then a Hamilton on the track, because
they don't even want to have the collaboration
at all. So they see it as a desecration to not just to the genre, but to the fact that you are desecrating the whole religion. That's how I see Blakk Rasta. It's like the pain is not coming from the fact that he was not on a record. The pain is coming from the fact that Bob Marley, perhaps, according to him, wouldn't have allowed a rapper on a record. But unfortunately, Bob Marley is not here. And the people who know Bob Marley well enough are saying that we want a rapper to be on a record. Why? Because we want the legacy of Bob Marley to live long. So that's why we are doing this project. And mind you, this project is not just for Sarkodie. It's an African project where they're getting the best out of the best from the region to put them on Bob Marley's records, so that the legacy of Bob Marley's music will still live. That is what I want Blakk Rasta to understand. Regardless of however it is done, that shouldn't really be the conversation now. Like she said, it shouldn't be the conversation now. The conversation is, at the end of the day, a Ghanaian of not even an English-speaking record, but a Twi-speaking record is on one of the biggest, arguably one of the biggest songs of Bob Marley's repertoire. And that's the only thing that matters. Every other thing can be discussed later in schools. When you're having a lecture of music, we can now break down and understand the dichotomy of reggae music and rap music. But right now, as it stands now, apart from Black Stars making Ghana proud, what else?
So one person who is a very big fan of Sarkodie is Nana Banamwa, and her
posture.
Yes, her posture in this whole conversation has actually triggered some sort of friction between her and Blakk Rasta. So when Blakk Rasta tweeted this one, so Stephen Mali, Ziggy Mali, Julian Mali, I mean the desecrating post. So it says, what's this new craze of desecrating Bob Marley music with this posthumous collaboration? Would Bob Marley be would have Bob Marley sanctioned this if he was alive today? Nana Banamwa replies and says, you are not the only human being on this planet who adores Bob Marley. You are not wiser than the managers of his estate. This desecration placard you are wielding makes you look rather inebriated than concerned. Sarkodie was featured because he is superb. Deal with it. So with this, I've also seen comebacks from Blakk Rasta to the point of dragging Nana Banamwa's past relationship to it. I must say, when I saw that post, so he tweeted with a photo of Osibo the Zara man.
Yeah.
Me who post ne party, I see no, this one there, Rasta no force.
This is what I'm saying.
Rasta no force. Vida, what was the first thing you said when you saw the post? Oh.
Yeah, like, to say the least.
Maybe we can say it in a nicer way. Okay, his body is
you know, he keeps saying what he wants to say without giving out the facts. Because when you challenge him on any fact, he says, come to my radio show and let's settle it. But whatever you're putting out there is poisonous. And you could have used that same time, that same medium to spit the facts so that people can understand. You get it? So you can't get the whole Twitter community listening to that show on that particular day. So once you have the opportunity and it's gone viral, now the facts so it goes out there. I don't know why people feel comfortable or more disrespect Osibo the way they do. I mean, you're the Blakk Rasta Tiho, ne your Osibo Siwa. Obia Bonibra in his own right. I don't see why you would want to do this. I don't get it, and I'm surprised that Osibo all this while no. Why you or share the aircon? I don't know why I was about IED. And another what she said, no, she needed to say that because you are constantly attacking Sarkodie, and it's not the first time. The other time Obeka sent him a craft friend, he's not as unable to.
Yeah, he went on a rant.
Just say, and it is him and his mother. If he decides not to talk to the mother again, what is your business about it? There was, you know, what rantes and baby, I know one not in Kofon Tenin Kapapa. Xylophone, it wasn't that wild. But here he is at 3FM, now it's quite wild and he's enjoying the attention. And one other thing he used to, you know, call out Naraba was the football thing,
Manchester that
thing.
Photo. Yeah, he actually tweeted it.
And you know, you find yourself in the place where she was, that gaffe or that problem happened that she was, you know, called aside, said she should leave her job and all that. You sit in the same institution and you're doing that. So then we begin to think, is it powered by
people behind you?
You know? And one out you want to mind you, are also not safe. If this thing turns around and happens to be something like Nana Badie Koswa, you'll be out the next minute. Where would you sit to continue your rant? Will you open your home radio?
But he is incensed about the words that Nana Banamwa used. As a wedding attempt. Bisa.
No, she is trying. And there are lots of people who shared her sentiments. It's not as if she's thinking from, you know, space. A lot of people share their experience because we don't understand why constantly, to the extent that you are tagging the family. And you know these things, when you Google, these stories do pop up. Imagine some investor. You get it. And there are some investors out there. We are always craving for people to put their money in the arts. Google now, Sarkodie is not a worthy artist to feature on Bob Marley. And you know how I bet discourages a lot of people from coming in to invest. Because for all you know, because Marley Ebusiafono thought it wise to do this collaboration, somebody might also come, put in some money, do some big investments about anything Sarkodie wants to do, so that also bit me tapping into sa fame now and leverage. And then here you are saying nonsense.
Let's go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll spend a few minutes to talk about how we are going to leverage this collaboration, the positive sides of this whole collaboration, even though Blakk Rasta and some other people have, you know, I mean, according to my panelists, have found a way to shift the conversation. But I don't know, see, you boom na Michelle Sarkodie status. Every day Sarkodie is tweeting the song. They say, if you've not watched it, go and watch the video. And then let's move on. We are back after this short break. It's E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. still watching E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abrantipa. I'm here with
These are some of the
journalist, and then Olele Salvador is also a journalist. Before we went on the break, we were talking about Sarkodie's collaboration with Bob Marley. And I was saying that we're going to look at the positive side. So yes, the collaboration is in.
But what is happening in Ghana football now?
What's the bigger picture?
What they call the
Yoko.
That what they call it?
Economic.
They should come in. Me, I want the parliamentarians. Jesus
the
Christ,
focus is on Ghana now, because anybody who listens to that song wants to know who Sarkodie is and why he was chosen to be on the record. One other thing I noticed is also the video, the music video. It's very representational of country Ghana. So if you're looking at it now, you see the beaches, the good sides. It's even more representational than already song. No? I mean, you can sell Ghana. Tourism sites, just watching that video, and I think a lot of people who focus on that and then will make them come to see the country Ghana and then delve deeper and know the kind of music I hear, the kind of artists we have, and how we can promote your culture.
But what about
music. So for me,
sports minister?
I'll stick to the attention that the track has given Ghana, and then the tourism sites that the video also sells.
How do we leverage this?
The sports minister
she said it all.
Because look at what is happening.
What there's is the same.
No, you are not my brother. You are my
the activation of tourism and also the fact that
look at
we are already leveraging the spotlight. Girlstrom is going to be shot here. Afrojella has brought also Afrojella, Afro Nation, all these things have brought also people here. Idris Elba was here not too long ago. So our music definitely entering such quarters. It's all part of unified efforts to bring attention to Ghana. But for me, if you ask me, I think it's the simplest way of telling the whole world that when it comes to rap in Africa, it's Ghana. That's all. That's all. What Sarkodie did is just to tell the whole world that look.
Do a budget, no budget. Do how you spend the money.
Perfume rice, rap. Rap that can be put on.
Was he not aware that he was
music?
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian. For the first transaction, we send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance. Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian. For the first transaction, we send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Citizens of Turkey have been affected in one way or the other by this
tragedy, either being internally displaced, suffered injury, their properties destroyed, or their homes destroyed. 24 million. Just add 5 or 6 million, it will be the entire population of Ghana. So it just tells us the scale of the devastation. My heart goes out to all those who've been affected in one way or the other in this conflict. And I'll also add my voice to Parliament, urging our government to also put in a token measure of assistance to our people, the people of Turkey, in recognition of the fact that we are their friends and we stand with our friends in their times of need. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also to add my voice to the members who have already commented on the statement, especially the maker of the statement, to also extend our sincere condolences to the families of those who have lost their loved ones. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that what happened in Turkey and Syria, as a nation, Ghana, we should begin to learn some lessons from what happened. This is a disaster. This is something that the country, Turkey, was not prepared for. They had no indication, no cue of it happening. But it happened. It means that it can happen to any nation, and Ghana is not an exception. It can happen to Ghana. So the question is, how prepared are we as a country? If this can happen in Ghana now, how do we handle it? The Speaker, latter part of last year, 2022, there was some tremor that passed through Parliament here. In fact, I was in one of the buildings, we all felt it. Which means that one day it will develop into an earthquake. If it happened, what will happen to us? So it should be a lesson for us. And after this statement, what should be the next step we should do as a country? Now, if you look at the scene of the quake in Turkey and you watch it on television, you can see that a lot of buildings have collapsed, but there were some buildings also still in those areas that were standing. Now, what is the structural integrity of the buildings that we are putting up here in our country? So, what will be the role of Ministry of Works and Housing? What will be the role of our engineers in ensuring that the buildings that we are putting up has structural integrity, so that when there is an earthquake or whatever, they can withstand the pressure and they will not pull down. So that is what I want to draw the attention of the House to. Most of the time when we make statement and the statement is even referred to the ministry, Mr. Speaker, we don't even get a feedback. Action that they are taking on it, we don't get it. So are we going to leave this one also at this stage, or we want to refer it to an agency to do what? So, Mr. Speaker, yes, it's good that we made a statement. It's good that we extend our condolences to the people, but we should learn lessons and take some steps towards it. So I also want to propose that at least the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration should be invited to the House, at least to brief the House on the Ghanaians who are living in Turkey. We know for sure that Christian Achu has been reported with conflicting reports that have been found, not found, so we don't know that. But there are other Ghanaians who are involved there. Do they have data of Ghanaians in Turkey? Do they have information of all of them? Are other Ghanaians who fall victim of this? At least we should know as a House. So I want to propose that the Minister for
Interior, Foreign Affairs should come and brief the House on the Ghanaians who are living in Turkey. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Honourable members, as has been said, Turkey is a friend of Ghana and has been doing so many things to support Ghana. Again, there's a lot of trade between Turkey and Ghana. So it's not only Ghanaians living in Turkey. Ghanaians trading to Turkey frequently may be at risk or at danger now. Such people will not be on record because they are just temporary visitors and you may not even be counted as missing, let alone dead. So it is important that we get some information from our High Commission or embassy there. So I think it is fair that I direct that the Minister for Foreign Affairs comes to brief the House as soon as practicable so that we can know. Meanwhile, I think it's also appropriate we need silence in honor of all who have lost their lives. And shall we? May the numerous souls that have perished in the disaster and all the departed souls rest in eternal peace. Amen. It is 5 minutes to 2. There's one more. I will direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Yes, the last statement is on the World Radio Day and is to be read by Honourable Member for Oyo Day.
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
That's fine, we'll defer it for you. Okay. In that case, yes, available leader. Honourable leader, please speak to the mic.
As available leader, I would want us to tackle an issue of special interest, and that is item 25. Item 25. Motion.
This was not discussed at the business. We did not, at the conclave this morning, discuss this business. It is one of the surprises we wish to avoid. So kindly defer that to
Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with you. More so when you have called our colleague whose presentation was actually discussed and approved at conclave. I would have thought that you would have been a bit kind to allow our colleague to make the presentation and you make an appeal. Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
so, Mr. Speaker, there's no more business. So you are.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we promise not to surprise you. And as far as I'm concerned, the front bench here was not consulted at all about the surprise that they are bringing. However,
don't do however.
However, Mr. Speaker, depending on the volume of work, if it's just 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker, this Friday, this Friday, if it's just 10 minutes, we may cope because our colleague is here. I'm told it's just 2 amendments.
Why?
It's just 2 amendments.
Why?
But why didn't you say anything?
This is the second reading. Is that right? Second reading involves the debate of the principles. So you can't talk about 5 minutes. What's the position?
Leaders are on your feet. One should take a seat. Please.
Mr. Speaker, if we, at your pleasure, if they want to spend the next 10 minutes to do something, then you can indulge us.
Very well. In that case, I'll stand sitting. Honourable members sitting in view of the business of the House. I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Yes. You can move the motion now. Item 25. By the Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion listed as item 25, page 17 of today's order paper, that the National Vaccine Institute Bill 22 be now read the second time. I so move. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman. You may second and present the committee's report.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to support the motion and in so doing present the report of the committee. I'd like to get the Hazard Department to capture in full the contents of this script. And then as I do so, I would just touch base with a few lines. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister Kwame Menu requested the committee to consider the bill under a certificate of urgency. The Minister explained that the bill should be passed under a certificate of urgency because Pfizer Biotech is planning to invest in upgrading the Food and Drugs Authority to maturity level 4 to enable the FDA to perform vaccine assessment more effectively and efficiently. The company partnering with Pfizer to produce the vaccine also requires an off-taker agreement from the government of Ghana. Therefore, there is a need for Ghana to pass the bill to serve as an assurance of government's commitment to establish the Vaccine Institute. Mr. Speaker, it will also serve as an encouragement and motivation to the foreign partners. So in conclusion, as I've drawn the attention of the Hazard Department, the committee, having examined and satisfied itself with the provisions of this bill, recommends the passage of the National Vaccine Institute subject to the proposed amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second the committee. Mr. Speaker, this national vaccine bill was announced, Mr. Speaker, about 2 years ago. When it was brought to the House, the Speaker, the Minister requested that we should treat it under certificate of urgency, and at the committee level, Mr. Speaker, we did that. Mr. Speaker, I would want to draw your attention to some observations I've made in the committee's report, especially when it comes to, Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to, for the Institute to, what's the object? Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to establish the National Vaccine Institute to coordinate and supervise the research, development, and manufacture of vaccines and serum in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is my prayer that we indeed do the research, do the development, and the manufacturing of the vaccine itself, and not to be engaging in fill and finish. Mr. Speaker, that is very important. And Mr. Speaker, as long as this bill would help us or to position like paying $120 million into another country without getting the vaccines and without even getting our money back. Mr. Speaker, if we had vaccine manufacturers in this country, I think that that situation probably would have been avoided. Mr. Speaker, vaccines are very delicate medications. They are not ordinary medications, and therefore, when manufacturers are manufacturing it in a country, it is expected that our government will even lead the sale of the vaccines in the international market, just like Russia and other countries. And again, Mr. Speaker, we also have to get to a point where we will get an assurance from government that government will uptake the vaccines once we produce them in the country, so that we will not have a situation where vaccines are produced in this country, but then we go outside the country and go and buy those same, vaccines. Mr. Speaker, some major pharmaceutical companies have taken giant lead in the production of vaccines in this country. They only need encouragement and support from this particular institute. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion.
An act to establish the National Vaccine Institute to provide for the coordination and supervision of research, development and manufacturing of vaccines and sera and for related matters.
The National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022 is now read the second time. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if we would, with your kind permission, attend to item 27.
Yes, Honorable Leader, please pay attention. Chief Whip, he says he's moving to item 27.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's the understanding with your pleasure.
Honorable members, sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can say that government on its part has done what it has to do to ensure that Boku is peaceful. As we say today, we have created a battalion in Boku, 11th Mechanized Battalion in Boku. So we have 400 soldiers in Boku today. That's the first solution we have done. We are also building 400. We've moved from Boku from about 50 soldiers to about 400 today. Mr. Speaker, we are sending a task force to Boku just for only Boku, no more contact fix, nothing. Another 500 soldiers to Boku, just Boku alone, because of the threat of terrorism. These soldiers will be free to do other activities. But next week, we are doing that. That's why, Honorable Ayerga, I told you, come to the office and let me sit with you with the military command and let's discuss it. I told you before, 3 days ago, on Monday. Maybe if you had come and we start, maybe this statement would not have been made.
Yes, Leader.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has made certain statements which are personal to me. First about he inviting me to join him on a mission to Boku. And like he said, I was outside the country. He calls me, so we are going to Boku. When was this? Mr. Speaker, this was more than 1 year after the people of Boku had been killing one another. That was the first time he went to Boku. It's on record. More than a year. Until the soldiers were complaining that the defense minister and the interior minister had never visited them. And I brought the complaint to you. Now, you sit here and tell me that the soldiers and the police were complaining that you were never visiting them. You brought them to come, they are being exposed to death, and you, their commander, never stepped foot there to see them. Please, let's not talk personal here. I have sat down quietly and listened, not because I don't have responses. So, Speaker, where they kill the people, I'm pleading with you, go there. Go and see with your naked eyes. Please, my colleagues, have I ever, for the past 2 years, opened my mouth in this chamber and spoken about Boku? Have I ever? Ask.
Which require that when the bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage, which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the National Vaccine Bill may be taken today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. We'll move on to item 27. The National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022 after consideration stage. Yes. Our members, items 1 to 15. There are no advertised amendments in clauses 1 to 15. Now, yes, the table office will mention them one after the other. Then after that, I'll put a question on them. Clause 1.
Establishment of the National Vaccine Institute.
Clause 2.
Objects of the Institute.
Clause 3.
Functions of the Institute.
Clause 4.
Governing body of the Institute.
Clause 5.
Duties and liabilities of a member of the board.
Hold on, yes.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have the bill to contribute to at this stage. And the chairman and the ranking member appears to be the only members who have the bill. And the honorable minister appears to be happy about that situation. But we want to contribute to at this stage so that we'll make the bill better. We want to contribute so that we can make the bill better. And the Minister for Communication also doesn't want to contribute. Do you have a copy?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Not Mr. Minister for Health, yes.
The bill was disputed some time back. We had cause to withdraw to go and do some work in it again. we came back on the certificate of agency, and unfortunately, the last item, the last day before we rose, couldn't be considered. I've ordered for some extra copies to be sent to members, and it is coming very soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are in the process of printing. The bills will come as we continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What you mean is that this bill in my hand is not the current bill being considered. Is that right? The bill in my hand was gazetted on 17 November 2022. Is that the bill that is to be considered? Chairman, yes, you applied, they are available in there. Please answer me.
Mr. Speaker, actually, it's in the printing room, and I hear you are printing. So we have copies here which are coming. We can move on, actually. Yes.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, obviously you can see the mood of the House. And I am hopeful that the chairman and the sponsors of the bill have taken notice of the mood of the House. So I'll plead with my colleagues, once we have started, I'm told that there are only 2 amendments. Let's proceed, Mr. and the chairman take notice of the mood of the House. So, colleagues, let's just proceed. Yes. I've got a copy. I'll give you my copy. So you wait. So
what about me?
I'll give you another copy. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, today is Friday. Let's proceed. So, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, let's proceed.
Honourable members, we are supposed to consider a bill. The bill is not before us. It is inappropriate to purport to work on a bill which is not before us. Not defer consideration and resume on Tuesday. The consideration of the National Vaccines Institute Bill 2022 is hereby at end. Yes. Enough members, it's past 2 p.m. now, so I'll bring proceedings to a close. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, February 14th, 2023, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Now, how many female members do we have? Female members of the House? 14. 40. All right, and so the remainder of us are required to make beautiful gifts for all the female members of the House on Valentine's Direct.
want to be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar aquafino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can say that government on its part has done what it has to do to ensure that Boku is peaceful. As we say today, we have created a battalion in Boku, 11th Mechanized Battalion in Boku. So we have 400 soldiers in Boku today. That's the first solution we have done. We are also building 400. We've moved from Boku from about 50 soldiers to about 400 today. Mr. Speaker, we are sending a task force to Boku just for only Boku, no more Kwanke fix, nothing. Another 500 soldiers to Boku, just Boku alone, because of the threat of terrorism. These soldiers will be free to do other activities. But next week, we are doing that. That's why, Honorable Ayerga, I told you, come to the office and let me sit with you with the military command and let's discuss it. I told you before, 3 days ago, on Monday. Maybe if you had come and we start, maybe this statement would not have been made.
Yes, leader. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has made certain statements which are personal to me. First about he inviting me to join him on a mission to Boku. And like he said, I was outside the country. He calls me. So we are going to Boku. When was this? Mr. Speaker, this was more than 1 year after the people of Boku had been killing one another. That was the first time he went to Boku. It's on record. More than a year. Until the soldiers were complaining that you, the defense minister and the interior minister, had never visited them. And I brought the complaint to you. Now, you sit here and tell me that the soldiers and the police were complaining that you were never visiting them. You brought them to come, they are being exposed to death, and you, their commander, never stepped foot there to see them. Please, let's not talk personal here. I have sat down quietly and listened, not because I don't have responses. So, Speaker, why they kill the people? I'm pleading with you, go there. Go and see with your naked eyes. Please, my colleagues, have I ever, for the past 2 years, opened my mouth in this chamber and spoken about Boku? Have I ever? Ask Honorable Muntaka, on several occasions, attempts have been made to make statements on Boku here. I have fought it as Honorable Avoka. You are a witness. I have fought it. I've said, look, the situation there is very, very dangerous. We have sent soldiers there, people's children, to die for us. They will make mistakes. Make no mistake that they will make mistakes. But you don't hang them on any single mistake. Honorable Avoka, haven't I been fighting because of this? I have defended the soldiers. But, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, I went there. I saw it. Mr. Speaker, there was no basis for killing those people. And that is why I'm speaking today. And I'm not choosing to speak for only Kusasis. That last statement you made, that we should be careful who we speak for. Please, I understand everything that you are saying there. I'm not speaking only for Kusasis. I'm speaking because people that ought not to have been killed were killed. Yesterday, the statement you made, the person who they came and surrounded and shot and killed, do you know that was my cousin?
Do you know that? Have I spoken about it here? Have I spoken about it? That's my cousin yesterday who was surrounded and shot and killed. And I've been on the phone since morning. Every incident you are reporting, I know. I've tried my own way to prevent things. This morning, I was on the phone with my uncles among the Mapuches, discussing how we should resolve this matter. It's not everything I go on air to say. So please, don't import improper motives. These killings, and I call them killings, were done by soldiers needlessly. They've killed people. Ask the commander. They kill people. I call him. We discuss it. We resolve it. Ask the commander there. Lieutenant Colonel Minta. A Mampushi was shot and killed. I called him. I said, why did you kill this guy? He said he was holding a weapon. And tell your boys that anybody who holds a weapon and I see him, I will gun him down. Colonel Minta is there. I said, well, if he was holding a weapon and you gunned him down, there's nothing I can say. And he was a Mampushi. This time, you said you liquidated, you neutralized 6 people. I said, when you neutralized them, what weapon did you pick? Not even one. Your own statement says only one person was holding a cutlass. Somebody in a garden holding a cutlass. What do you expect him to hold in a garden, if not a cutlass? I have struggled through this conflict to manage and navigate. I've been very supportive, Mr. Minister. You know that.
Many young women are single parents, raising children all by themselves. There are many reasons for this kind of situation. But most of the young men also claim that they deny responsibilities because the women that they get into relationships with do not date 1 or 2 men, and so they are not in a position to accept these pregnancies. The effect is that most of these ladies end up bearing the sole responsibility of the upkeep of the children and all the effects that come with it. We are going to speak to some young ladies, some single mothers, to find out from them the difficulties they face as single mothers and why they are single mothers.
One of these single mothers is 24-year-old Ajua Adobia, a single mother of 4 children aged between 7 years and 3 months old. Her plight began when she first got pregnant for a man who denied responsibility when she informed him. She had 3 more children with 2 other men, both denying or abandoning her and the children. Now, the burden of catering for the children rests on the shoulders of Adobia and her mother, who depend on their kinky business.
I got pregnant for a man and informed him, but he denied responsibility. I informed my mother and we went to the man, and he still denied being responsible. So my mom took it upon herself to take up full responsibility of my condition till I delivered. I dated another man. We had 2 children. He was initially taking care of the children, but after a while, he abandoned us. He always promises to send us money, but he doesn't. Again, my mother took up the responsibilities for catering for us. I got pregnant again for another man, and he also denied responsibility of the pregnancy. My mother confronted him, but he refused to accept it, so she again supported me till I delivered.
second way na yabambebu. Nti yankoso. Nti oye edwuma nkaka neja. Na odi aboa me. Na edu ise me ko won so sa ono a na hwe me ma me ko to we na oye we. Ono ankasa na de na ho ode. Eye mbibia e de ma.
I have 4 children. The oldest is 7 years, the second is 5, third is 3, and the last one is 3 months.
On how difficult it has been looking after her children without the support of her baby daddies, she said the problems are numerous.
The problems are numerous. I have to fall on my mother for all needs of the kids, including medical needs, all from her business. It has not been easy.
She advised other young girls not to despair when men deny responsibility of their pregnancy, but to strive hard and look after the child to become responsible adults.
I have learned a lot, and I've resolved not to date any man again. My mother and I will bring up the children and give them a bright future.
Consequently, many single parents struggle to give the children a befitting life and future, with some of them also forced to abandon the children. 40-year-old Rebecca Mponsa has been forced to take up the parental responsibilities of her year-and-a-half-old granddaughter.
Tell us about this little child. Who is she to you?
This child is my granddaughter. The mother has left for Accra and left the child behind, and I'm taking care of her together with her father. This child, the mother has left for Accra and left the child behind, and I'm taking care of her together with her.
I mean, how did she end up?
This
how did
child
the mother end up abandoning her?
She was facing some financial difficulties and she didn't inform us before leaving. She abandoned her daughter with the lady with whom she was leaving, and she brought the child to us. She once confided in me that she and the child were struggling, and I advised her against running away and leaving the child, and she promised not to, but she ended up leaving her.
This became necessary 3 months ago after her 17-year-old stepdaughter, who couldn't name the father of her daughter, abandoned her child in the community to an unknown destination.
This happened barely 3 months ago. I asked her to come for the child and she has promised to. She's my stepdaughter and 17 years old, and the child is a year and a half.
How old is she?
I'm not working, so taking care of the child is difficult. She couldn't tell who the father of the child is. We asked her severally, but she couldn't. She was in school but dropped out.
36-year-old Ajwa Sewa, a single mother of 6 children, aged between 19 and 2 years, also told GhanaWeb that she was forced to become a single parent after the father of her children abandoned them.
Ajwa Sewa, 36 years, mother of 6 children. The father of my children decided not to look after them again, so I moved on and rented a room for the children. That is a long story I don't want to get into. For now, I am engaged in a small business to support and complete the education of my kids. The oldest is 17 years old and the youngest is 2.5 years. Taking care of education and clothing and other needs is a challenge. I do it all by myself, and there's no helper. I haven't reported their father to the law because there's nobody to lead me since I'm all alone. As for the children, all they need is for their mother to provide for them. If I'm lucky to get some assistance, I'll establish a small-scale business to support the children. To the young ladies, my advice to them is to exercise caution. I've been in this situation for the past 17 years. So whatever the man gets for you is for you. Taking an irresponsible man to Dovsu is not necessary. If a man rejects children and the woman puts in her best, the future of the children won't be jeopardized, but they will be affected if both parents neglect them. In my case, I won't adversely affect the children because I've resolved to put in my best to support them all the way. All I need now is financial support to open a business. I've been a single mother for the past 5 years.
Ayemdu Brimpong III is the wife of the Mankrado of Agena. The couple runs a foundation, the Ayemdu Foundation, which focuses on early childhood marriage, human trafficking, as well as widows and the aged. She attributed the single parenting situation to hardships being faced by most girls.
I want to channel my energy on single parents who are suffering. I mean, there are some people, daily bread is even, difficult for them. So those who are not doing anything, I want to put them in trading and also help them to learn a trade. If they are ready to learn how to fashion or hairdressing or anything that they want, I am ready to put at least 5 or 10 people for training. When I say single parenting, it's not about only a woman. A man also can be a single parent because some women too will have children with a man and abandon their children when a man and, as everybody is saying, the economy is hard, difficult, and as a village, you and I know, having a 3 square meal is even a difficult thing for somebody, not to talk of having the money to trade themselves. It will surprise you that somebody can get pregnant for just 5 cedis because there's nothing to do here. He or she doesn't have anything. So when a man calls her to, for something small, she'll go in, and because things are hard, they can't even use protection. So they will end up having a baby.
Stories of single parenting, particularly women taking up the sole responsibility of ensuring the upkeep of their children, have been described as worrisome by many. Most of them have been forced to take up these responsibilities after the men who impregnated them denied responsibility, leaving them to their fate. Consequently, many of them in the process struggle to give their children a befitting life and future. Despite these challenges, these victims of single parenting, however, ruled out reporting the men to the DOFSU, or Department of Social Welfare, for the law to compel them to take up their parental responsibilities.
They don't give any tangible reason, and I will not force them to look after my children. No, if you don't look after them in their childhood, then you can't claim them when they are grown up. As a young girl, if you get pregnant for a man and he denies responsibility, don't despair. Strive hard and look after that child, and they will become responsible adults. I haven't bothered to report these men to LOFSU or Department of Social Welfare because for me, it is nothing. My mother is also not ready to take it up. So if they have denied responsibility, they can go.
But what do some men make of this situation and the reasons, if any, for which they would deny a pregnancy?
At times, the ladies, they don't date one person or one man. So, at time when the pregnancy comes, you know another man dating the lady. So you have to mind whether it's the other guy rather who impregnated the lady. So you reject it because of that. Because you don't want to take the child of another man. And then sometimes it's out of fear and panic, maybe from our parents. You fear what your parents will do to you at home when they hear something like that, and you run away from it. You pretend. Why? Meanwhile, at times you know it's you impregnated the lady, but at times you deny because of fear and panic.
So for you, these are some of the reasons why you may reject a pregnancy.
Not me, I think I will not do so, but one may reject.
Yeah, I'm saying so on you, okay, so on what grounds would you reject a pregnancy?
These are some of the reasons.
Have you rejected a pregnancy before?
Yeah, I may say yes.
What were your reasons?
Oh, it was because it do happen when I was young. So later on, when I gathered the courage that no, as a human being, you need to, at least, or as a man, you don't need to reject pregnancy. Moreover, if you know it is yours. In my case, it happened because by then I was dating the lady, and then we break up around somewhere late. And then we didn't see each other for that long time. So it was December 4th that she and one elderly brother came to me that she's pregnant. And I said no. So that was why I said I may say, and I said no, if it is so, I won't reject it, but let's go to the hospital. As a young guy, I thought, what we've learned in school. I said, no, let us go to the hospital so that we'll find out. If the pregnancy is within 5 months, that one day I'm going to accept it. But if it is not, then I will not accept it. That was my younger age.
So you heard the ladies, or the young women, and the reasons they gave for being single, or for taking up their sole responsibilities of raising their children. They also told us the effects of raising the children single-handedly. We also heard some of the young men also expressing their views on why some of these young ladies, or why they will reject the pregnancy. From Odumase Krobo in the Eastern region, Michael Ubete for GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
of Education subsequently directed all public tertiary institutions to adhere and comply with the 15% increment on academic year 2021-2022 directive from the highest decision-making body of the Republic, the Parliament of Ghana. As of today, the University of Ghana management, in an attempt to illegally extort money from innocent students, has made a decision not to refund extra monies it has charged, with the reason being that relief was given to students in 2019 and as such cannot and will not comply to the directive from the Parliament of Ghana. This is a clear case of gross insubordination and a disgrace to the integrity of the university. What sort of signal does the university management send to students when they flout directives from the Ministry of Education, Parliament of Ghana, and the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission? This unlawful increment has interrupted students' period of study by forcing them to defer, and the university management should bow their heads down in shame for introducing a directive that does not only flout the order of the Parliament of Ghana and the Minister of Education, but also has no woeful consideration of the welfare of students. Second, perennial accommodation crisis. The University of Ghana currently admitted about 17,000 first-year students and has provided accommodation for only 6,000 students, leaving over 11,000 students on their own to compete with continuing resident students of the universities and students from other neighboring tertiary institutions like IMPA, UPSA, Wisconsin University College, etc. The last time a hall was commissioned on campus as far back as 2010-2011 with support from CALBA, which are the UGA hosts. Any other host that has sprung up anywhere outside of those campuses is allegedly owned by members of the university management, senior members of the university and other private entities. It is because of the negligence of the performance of duties by management that this desperation has been set among students, thereby causing a number of innocent students to be ripped off and scammed by certain people in and around the university campus. This is evident in the number of prevalent deception cases that have been recorded on campus over the years. A large number of students have been denied their dreams of studying in the premier university, which is the University of Ghana, and subsequently abandoned their programs of study as a result of their inability to acquire accommodation and pay fees in full. The school management has taken advantage of the situation to illegally charge extra and unnecessarily huge amounts of money from students in the name of protocol for students to be placed in halls of residence on campus even before they make legitimate payments for their residential accommodation. Going forward, it is our view that management of the university will use their propositions given to investors who intend to build hostels on campus. Their propositions must be reviewed immediately to attract investors, which bring out enough hostels on campus to eradicate the accommodation deficit in the university. Point number 3. Hasty decision on residential policy, in brackets, in-out policy, and the hike in prices of residential accommodation. Today, or currently, management has introduced an in-out policy. A policy that was abolished some years ago after it was reviewed to be full of challenges with no accommodation solution. As a result of the introduction of this policy, residents of Commonwealth Hall and no continuing students of Nessa Sabah Hall have been moved from their halls over unjustified accusations. It is imperative to note that every student who was removed from the Commonwealth Hall and Sabah Hall had a plan to complete their period of study in the University of Ghana in these halls, and the basis for which students were removed from these halls are unfair and again unjustified. It is not a secret that the basis for which residents of both aforementioned halls were removed to other halls was because of the decision of university management to use these halls to kickstart its new residential policy. The introduction of this obnoxious policy was based on rumors of residents of Commonwealth Hall allegedly being involved in the grassroots campus in August of 2020. Even at the early stages of the supposed investigation, the hall master and senior tutor of Commonwealth Hall were asked to step down from their duties as hall master and senior tutor. We did all of these decisions very unfair because no fact-finding committee came up with substantial proof that indeed residents of Commonwealth Hall were involved in the said clash. As such, we are of the view that residents of Commonwealth Hall were wrongfully sent to other halls of residences to pay fees 4 times the amount they used to pay as residents of Commonwealth. This new policy clearly proves that the management of the university, precisely the Vice Chancellor, has failed in ensuring peace and security on campus and should find herself to blame and not the hallmaster and senior tutor for a clash that has not been proven residents of Commonwealth were involved. We call for the immediate removal of the Vice Chancellor if she continues to find justification in the decision of removing the hallmaster and senior tutor of Commonwealth as a result of the negligence of a duty of ensuring peace and security on campus, and also upon refusal to accept blame and said clash. Last year, residents of traditional halls paid a sum of 854 Ghana cedis for a year as accommodation fees, but this year, university management has increased the prices by more than 75%, and as a result, students have to pay 1,500 cedis for traditional halls. Concerning the UGA hostels, the updated prices stand at 3,842 a year minus JCR dues and then fuel. With last year's price standing at 2,980 per year, representing approximately a 30% increment. These increments are unreasonable. Students are suffering and demand clarity. Next point, threat to student leadership. The management of the university has imposed sanctions on their aforementioned halls, Commonwealth Hall and Mensa Sabah Hall, and has abolished junior common room systems in this halls. To wait, student elections in this halls were withheld from happening as at August 2022. It is very evident that as an academic discourse community like the University of Ghana, it is prudent student leadership is allowed to suffice. Student leadership has been known to address student concerns over the years, and a policy proposition like that of the decision of the Dean of Students Affairs to call off the JCR elections of both Commonwealth Hall and Mensa Sabah Hall can be seen as very knee-jerking and seeks to eradicate or obliterate student leadership that has solved most of our problems as an institution. This proposition, as directed under the hand of the Dean of Student Affairs, is very nebulous because of the lack of accurate and concrete details for the call-off of the elections. Currently, the first-year students who gain admission into the Commonwealth Hall, for instance, have no access to orientation and guidance from their leaders since there is no existing JCR leadership. When a proposition such as this directive from the Dean of Student Affairs is not given the urgent attention at this embryonic stage and is allowed to continue, it will trickle down to suppress the student leadership in the university and destroy the case done by students to advocate for their rights. Next point. Alarming heavy armed security presence on campus and student brutalities. The university campus is an educational setting, and the presence of heavy security is making students very much uncomfortable. Fear and panic have been set among students, and we deem this totally detrimental to our education and learning, since the sight of these armed policemen, military and SWAT teams raises a lot of questions on the minds of students. Students of the University of Ghana are being brutalized by the school security every now and then. There is evidence of a particular video that captures a student being manhandled by members of the university security. That notwithstanding, there have been other instances of students being treated wrongly, though those situations have no recordings to show how brutal some of these encounters were. We would like to admonish the university management that students are not slaves, and they must be accorded the necessary respect as students to ensure peaceful cohesion between members of the university security and students. We want peace. We want peace. Next point, consistent offering of unaccredited courses. Despite the just published 2021 Auditor General's report, which revealed that the University of Ghana has offered scores of unaccredited courses for the year under review. The University of Ghana management has turned deaf ears to the situation and is still rendering several unaccredited courses. This clearly shows how the university management is adamant in adhering to simple directives. Our question is, why is it so hard for the university management to stop offering certain courses if they are unaccredited? Next point. Ban on Halloween celebrations and hypocritical ban on students. The last Halloween that happened on campus was in March 2020 in Lagos Hall. Since then, students have continued to pay hall dues without hesitation, even though they have not had a feel of what a Halloween is in a very long time. We want to ask university management the whereabouts of these dues, as Halloween have been halted for close to 3 years. There is a ban on all public gatherings, and our students want to know how long this ban is going to take. Students are privy, they are all privy to the cumbersome and bureaucratic processes involved in securing a permit to hold a public gathering on campus. And for this reason, securing a permit from the Dean of Student Affairs for a gathering is tiresome and not properly justified. It is also alleged that the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana receives an amount of about 20,000 cedis every month as allowance for entertainment, and we need clarity to this information. Here are our demands. Number 1, students demand a refund of the unlawful monies they have been charged as school fees and the reversal of the unreasonable and exorbitant prices of residential accommodation on campus. Number 2, we demand that management of the university comes up with a clear plan on solving accommodation problems. Lasting solutions have to be meted out to this long existing problem immediately. Also, starting from this year, every Tom, Dick and Harry, every student wants to see hostels springing up on the university campus. Number 3, students demand that university management reverses their decision on the academic fees and immediately comply to the Minister of Education Directive on the 2021 academic year fees increment. Demand number 4, we demand an immediate reversal of the in-out policy, which has proven not to solve the accommodation problems and should rather incur social challenges on students. Number 5, students demand reinstatement of JCRs of both Commonwealth Hall and Versa Sabah Hall. Continuing students of these halls of residences should be sent back. The hall master and senior tutor of Commonwealth Hall, who are relieved of their duties, should be reinstated immediately. Point number 6. Also, we demand that management shows concern to the rampant cases of scams where innocent students and parents or guardians are robbed of their hard-earned money, and a situation of protocol fees paid by students and parents or guardians to be able to secure accommodation. Point 7. We demand a stop to students' brutality. Point 8. We demand the issue of all unaccredited courses resolved immediately. Point 9. We demand that there is a lift of ban on Hall Week celebrations and the lift of ban on the hypocritical ban of public gatherings as well. Your Excellency, as concerned students, we only believe in actions and early change. In light of this, we look forward to your very revered and reputable office stepping in immediately to have all of these problems resolved once and for all. We demand pragmatic solutions now because we are suffering.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Mepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Hundreds of people lost their jobs between 2017 and 2020 due to the banking sector cleanup. Today on GhanaWeb Special, we'll be speaking to one of the affected persons on how she's been coping since she lost her job. I am Nima to Yakubu Atoyese. We'll be right back with our guest. Welcome back from that short break. I have with me Jemima Mensah. Jemima Mensah, thanks for coming. And
thank you.
How have you been coping since you lost your job in 2017?
Thank you very much. My warm greetings to your watching viewers, your listeners, and everybody. I want to say a big thank you to you for this great opportunity. It hasn't been easy, my dear. It hasn't been easy. For the past 4 years, I've been home without a job, and the challenges are way more than words could explain for me, because for working for 13 years in the banking sector, and all of a sudden you come home with nothing, with kids, and life must go on. How do I pick the pieces? It hasn't been easy, but the challenges are so much that I don't know where to start and where to end.
Let me help you out. So, when did you lose your job? Was it after the cleanup? Did they give you a part-time job for you to work and later say, oh, you should move? How did it start?
Okay, so the whole thing started 2017, 14th August, when our license, I used to work for Capital Bank, so our licenses were revoked. And from then, we were working for GCB as they have taken over our company, so we were working for them. We worked for them for almost 8 months, if I'm not exaggerating, from 2017, August 14 to when they gave us appointment letter on February 4th, 2018. So we worked for them, and then along the line we were employed to GCB 2018. I was transferred to KN Circle GCB. So I worked with them for roughly 9 months. After that, I was never confirmed. So it means after 6 months, my confirmation was extended to another 3 months. And then nothing happened. I went to work one day and I was told to go home with a letter that they don't need my services anymore.
What was their reason?
There was no reason. On the termination letter, there wasn't any reason that we've done this, or they just that our services are no longer needed. But from the background, what I heard was that if you don't have SS, 3 credits, as in English, Maths, and Science, you are out. And some of us, we don't even have the SS. We did matured entrance, so we went first, because it's like that is their policy. If you don't have it, even if you are a graduate, a master's degree or whatever, and you don't have the English, Science, and Maths, the 3 credits, as in C, and you have 1 D, you are out. It doesn't matter how your higher level of education is.
But what was your role at the bank precisely?
I was a teller.
Okay.
I was a teller. So I went home. By then I was in school. I was in school, Pentecost University. I went home. I was in my 2nd year. So the news was, I can remember that day as if it was today, how I felt. Because how do I feed my kids, the family? How am I going to break the news to my family and all that? But we came home, we fought to get a better job or something, but nothing good was coming up.
So you applied at various.
Did
you also try banking sector?
Banking sector. Actually, I was so desperate that any job would do, provided I'll get something to take care of my family. As
when
in
the
my
opportunity
case.
didn't come, what else did you try aside the banking sector?
Okay, so I tried cooking. I registered my catering company, and with the help of friends and families, I have a strong support team. Thank you guys. I know I can't mention the names. I know you are all watching, and I'm so grateful for your support. and everything. It took me 2 years to build that catering services and registered the company. I wasn't working, so you asked how do I pay my fees and how do I finance the catering services. Today my husband will know what I was doing when he goes to work, because I felt that if I tell him that I'm going to clean somebody's house to support the house, he wouldn't encourage me to do that.
So whilst you were in school and you wanted to try the business, food business or the catering service, you started doing domestic work for others?
Yes, because the catering services needs time. It took me 2 years to do that. So where will I get the funding to build that my business? So I have to go from house to house. When my husband goes to work, I scarf my hair and then walk around. Do you want to wash? Do you want to clean your house? Then I go to where my area where we have corporate ladies or corporate people that are very busy. Then I'll go to their houses and ask, and I'll do the laundry. Sometimes 100 cedis, sometimes 150. Sometimes you get 50 cedis for the cleaning and all that. So I did it for a while without my husband knowing, because I'll take my kids to school and then I'll come and do it.
And he has left for...
He has left. So in the evening, by the time you come,
you are done.
I'm home. Everything is okay. Because how much does he earn for him to give enough?
Family.
There are other responsibilities, kids' fees, rent, and chop money. So, I mean, you can't sit down and fold your arms and say that you are just sitting there doing nothing.
Until today, he never knew you went out to do...
No,
wow.
He never knew.
So what happens after, when you started the catering services? I remember you said you had to close it down due to a difficult challenge you faced. Can you share that with us?
Yes, please. I started, and as a new beginner, you know you have challenges, but it was picking up. It was picking up, and then I met this elderly woman who came as a mother. She appeared to be like a sweet woman who always supports me. So in terms of prayers, in terms of encouragement and advice. So one day she came and she was like, oh, can you guarantee a loan for me? And I didn't think twice. I didn't look back, because...
How much was the loan?
15,000.
Okay. But did you know her family? You just knew her because she assisted you?
Yes, she lived close to where I have my business. Okay. So she normally comes, buy some of the food, help me in my chores and all that, because I didn't have money to employ somebody to help me. Yeah. So I was doing everything myself. So I did it. I did that. I guaranteed the loan
of 15,000 for her.
So after that, when the first payment, as in reinstallment, came, she was nowhere to be found. And this woman is gone.
When you say she's gone, as in
we can't find her.
After you guaranteed the loan for her?
Yes, we can't find her.
So how did you know she's gone? Did the bank call you?
Yes, the bank called me, and I was like, oh, you haven't. She haven't brought the money. She haven't paid. I was like, oh, I spoke to her yesterday. She will pay. They said time is up, so we are calling you. I went to her house and I was told she's traveled, and I was like, why won't you leave the money if you are traveling? Yeah. You know you are supposed to pay a loan. So her phone is off. And up till now, I don't know where she is.
So it means you are paying the loan?
I'm paying. I've paid, and the challenges were way too much. How do I pay almost... How do I pay 850 every month?
When you don't even have a job.
I don't even have a job. And what I've started is like, it can't fetch me that much a month. So do I use the chop money my husband gives me to pay the loan?
Or you forfeit your catering?
So I don't know what to do. I was so worried and disturbed, confused. So the only option that came was for me to sell the container.
There's business you established, you
yes,
had to sell
everything and then pay at least some of the loan, and then I'll be relaxed to see what I can do to finish the other one.
Have you heard from her?
No, please.
You've never heard from her?
I've never heard. I've never heard.
And that was when?
That was it last 2 years or last year, July?
Oh.
It's been a year and some months.
Are you done paying the loan?
No, I'll be done by December.
From that, it means that you started a business, and just when the business was building up, you had to stop it because somebody had taken your loan and you guaranteed and has failed to pay.
Yes,
so you had to give up your business.
Yes, please.
After that, what happened next to you?
So after that, by then I was still in school. So those that's domestic jobs and other things, I was still doing it because then I've come to nothing. And thanks to my colleagues, my family, I was able to graduate with 2nd class.
Welcome from that break, and this is GhanaWeb Special. We've been speaking to Jemima Mensah, who has been sharing her life experience after losing her job due to the banking cleanup exercise. So she's now an Uber driver, and we want to ask her how it all began. Jemima, how did it start for you becoming an Uber driver? Was it a difficult decision for you to take, and how have you been coping in the male world?
Thank you. Actually, taking the decision was not too difficult because you see the motivation here is that I have to feed my family, especially my kids, and at least provide for my dad too. So when you look around, based on that, that was the strength. That was what encouraged me to do that. When I took the decision 2 months ago, the main focus was to to meet the daily economic whatever needs. And then maybe, perhaps, God will permit my helper to sit in my car one day and get me the job that I've been looking for. But when I'm at home, who will notice me? Nobody. So these are the 2 main reasons why it wasn't so difficult to take that decision to drive to be an online driver or Uber driver. I started 2 months ago. I used to drive Hyundai Accent 2012 model, but the fuel consumption was too much. So I tried it for a month and I realized that okay, it won't work. So I traded that one off and bought this smaller car. It's not bad. It's not bad because at least by close of day, you get something small to buy food for your family, which when you are home, nobody will give it to you. The challenge...
I want to ask, before we get to how you've been coping with the male-dominated field where they drive Uber, did you suffer any emotional breakdown? Did you go through depression at these trying moments before you took this decision?
So many times, countless times. Imagine you have nothing to eat and you are owing. What you are owing is not what you have spent, but you let somebody loan. So countless times that I've thought of committing suicide. But I wanted to kill myself and my kids because I couldn't think about the fact that I would leave my kids for them to suffer.
They will suffer, they have their dad. You didn't trust their father enough to take care of them. And why would you think about suicide?
A mother's love, and the child will come, Mom, I want this, and whatever he needs, you go the extra mile to get it. I'm not saying their father won't do that, but a mother's love is stronger than...
What was your strength that prevented you from doing this act?
My kids.
You didn't want to die or just
I actually didn't want to leave them. Because if I commit suicide and I kill them, okay, maybe they are going to be big people, important people. I don't know their destiny. So then if you want to hurt yourself, why do you want to involve them? And I don't want to also hurt myself and leave them to see them suffer. So that was it. That was it. Thank God I didn't do it. Here I am now on this big platform because I took the initiative to drive boats or online driving. If I had not, nobody will notice me.
By your married life, I'm talking about this because of the issue of depression. How was your marriage? Did this affect your marriage in any way?
Oh yes, you know, love doesn't go without money. So if the issue is if one person is the only source of income support, definitely the person might not say it because he knows the situation, but you could sense it. A little bit tension and here and there. So it affected every aspect of my life, every aspect. My marital, my family life, my social life, as in friends. Because the moment you pick a call, hey, obesreska, obebusame, and it's better to ask than to die. So there are times that you can't help it, you see. So it affected the whole aspect of life. But I realized that the only way to change that situation is to do something. And that something was, I don't have money. I have my car, I can drive. So why not try it? But my slogan that I formed for myself before I started this was, it's better to die a hero than to die a failure. This is very risky. People are being beaten, their cars are being snatched away. But if you go and nothing happens to you, you come home with food. So that was what motivated me. It's also part of the reasons why.
So far, how is it doing? I know you have major challenge with your Uber business, but how is it? How are you coping with it so far?
It's not bad. As I said, it's better than nothing. Okay, the prices and fuel and other things are not meeting the real time life reality, but it's better than none. This is a great opportunity to. I met you because you requested a boat, and wow, you were impressed. There have been a couple of riders who have been enthused and happy about me being a boat driver. And sometimes I get monies that I don't deserve because, I'm happy, encouragement, words of encouragement. And it's exciting. It's exciting. It's better. It has encouraged me because at a point you'll be in the house crying, and there's nothing coming up. But now when I go out, I meet a lot of people, 90% good ones. I have experienced one bad person, but hey,
it's part of life.
It's part of life. So I'm happy. I'm happy for now.
So Jemima is a boat rider and not an Uber driver. I'm making that correction. And she says what inspired her is that it is better to die a hero than to die empty. A failure. And that has been her motivation. Before we sign up, we want to let her share her worst experience as a boat rider. Can you share that with us? Because it looks like in every good thing there is one bad incident.
Yeah. Yes. I remember one early morning, I had a request and I went. A well-dressed gentleman came and boarded the ride. I took him to his first destination, and then he said, "Oh, wait for me. I will do some few rounds with you." For 4 hours, we moved around town, and then we went to a bank. I don't want to mention the bank's name, but we went to a bank. Said, "Oh, let me withdraw some money and pay you," and that was it.
He never returned.
He never returned. He took the money away. And from 8 a.m. to 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I wasted fuel, I wasted time, and the guy was gone.
Oh, that is a very sad
Yes,
note.
but
It didn't discourage you? Did it discourage you?
I was broken. I was seriously broken, and then I called my husband. And was like, you don't do your short trips. You are behaving as if you are a man. This job is risky. What if he has done something wrong to you? Yeah. So it's also another experience that showed me that, okay, so if you go,
these are some of the challenges.
We will give you money. If you are spending 4 hours, you give me the money and then we will go. Yes. So.
It's been a sad event. I've been speaking to Jemima Mensah, a boat driver with a human resource degree who wants to join the corporate world again. I hope someone watching this is willing to help her fulfill this dream. Contact us at GhanaWeb and we'll link you to her. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese, and thanks for watching.
Susu sang kwine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in kwine baby.